blade enters Guilliman's throat with a sensation like frozen lightning, impossibly sharp and carrying cold that has nothing to do with temperature. Fulgrim's corrupted sword, the lyre blade, slides through the Primarch's defense as though ceramite and flesh offer no more resistance than morning mist. The weapon finds the old scar from Cor Pharaon's athame at Calth, that wound from betrayal delivered years before, reopening it with precision that suggests memory rather than chance. The demon-possessed blade knows where it wants to go, has perhaps waited lifetimes for this exact angle, this perfect moment. Poison floods Guilliman's bloodstream in the instant between heartbeats. Not natural poison, nothing so mundane as toxins that might be filtered or purged by enhanced biology. This substance carries the taint of the warp itself, ancient and purposeful, designed specifically to end something that should not be able to end. The Primarch's body recognizes the invasion immediately, every enhanced organ system activating emergency protocols, attempting to isolate the contamination, to burn it out with accelerated metabolism, to wall it off with scar tissue that forms faster than human thought. None of it works. The poison spreads through arterial networks like darkness, swallowing light. Cold spreads from the wound, invasive and patient, shutting down systems one by one despite every desperate countermeasure the Primarch's gene-forged body attempts. Guilliman feels his secondary heart stutter, feels his preomna organ failing as it tries to neutralize what cannot be neutralized. The Laraman cells meant to seal wounds clot uselessly around the injury, unable to address the supernatural corruption that flows beneath physical damage. His Becher's gland produces acids that merely bubble impotently against warp-tainted poison that exists partially outside conventional reality. Around him, the Heliopolis of Fulgrim's flagship pulses with organic growth that has replaced machinery, walls breathing in rhythm with something vast and terrible. The Phoenician himself has become something twisted beyond recognition, his movements carrying grace that makes the eye slide away from focusing properly, his form shifting in ways that violate the consistency of flesh and bone. When he speaks, offering corruption and transformation, his voice carries harmonics that make skulls ache, layers of meaning that suggest knowledge better left unknown. Guilliman's refusal comes without hesitation, bolter raised despite failing strength, the hand of dominion still capable of delivering the Emperor's justice, even as poison works its patient destruction. But the numbers press against them, more traitors pouring from side passages, the trap closing with mechanical inevitability. The Ultramarines who followed their Primarch into this hell carve through Emperor's children with disciplined fury, but discipline cannot overcome mathematics when the enemy holds every advantage of position and preparation. The teleportation happens in a cascade of failing coherence, Guilliman's gene sons pulling him from the battlefield before the poison can finish what is started. Reality tears open with electromagnetic screaming. The Geller field barely maintaining stability as corrupted space fights the extraction. They materialize aboard the Macragge's Honor, the Primarch's flagship, in the Apothecarion, where Chief Apothecary Thaddeus waits with instruments and prayers, and not nearly enough hope. The wound bleeds steadily, impossibly, refusing to clot despite every intervention. Thaddeus works with hands that have performed 10,000 surgeries, cutting away corrupted tissue, flooding the injury with counterseptics and synthetic blood, attempting every technique in the extensive Apothecarian archives. Nothing slows the poison's advance. The warp taint spreads like frost creeping across glass, visible beneath the Primarch's pale skin as darkening veins that map his body's losing battle. His breathing becomes labored, then irregular, then barely perceptible. In the depths of the ship, tech priests prepare the last desperate measure. The stasis field generator hums to life, arcane technology from the dark age that can freeze a moment in time, trap a subject between heartbeats where neither death nor life can claim victory. It represents not salvation, but postponement, buying time that might stretch into eternity if no cure can be found. The alternative is watching their Primarch die, watching the light leave eyes that have guided them through countless campaigns, and that alternative is unthinkable. They carry Guilliman to the stasis chamber as his hearts begin to fail in sequence, primary and secondary, both succumbing to poison that has finally reached vital organs. Thaddeus places him carefully within the field's radius, adjusting position so the Primarch sits upright, dignified even in this moment of ultimate vulnerability. The tech priests chant in binary, their mechadendrites interfacing with controls that few in the Imperium still understand. Runes flicker across brass panels, energy building in circuits that taste like ozone and desperate hope. The field activates with a sound like reality sealing itself, a fundamental wrongness that makes every witness's teeth ache. Everything stops. Guilliman's chest freezes mid-breath. Blood stops flowing from the throat wound. The poison halts its advance exactly where it has spread. Time itself becomes optional within the field's radius, all processes suspended in amber that is not amber, in stasis that exists outside the normal flow of causality. The Primarch's eyes remain open but unseeing, his awareness locked in that liminal space between life and death where neither can claim final victory. The journey back to Macragge takes weeks that Guilliman does not experience, cannot experience, trapped in his frozen moment. His sons carry him home like something precious and broken. The stasis field generator humming its strange song throughout the voyage. They build the shrine of the Primarch within the Temple of Correction, that sacred space in the fortress of Hera where Macragge's greatest heroes have always been honored. His throne becomes a reliquary, surrounded by candles that burn with chemical precision, tended by honor guards who rotate in shifts that never end. Pilgrims begin arriving within months, citizens of Ultramar who need to see their lord one final time, to pay respects to the architect of their civilization. They file past in silence, gazing up at the frozen figure, whose wounds remain visible through the stasis field shimmer. Some weep, others pray, their words addressed to a being who cannot hear, appealing for intervention or mercy, or simply acknowledging the injustice of a galaxy that would strike down its greatest champions. The Ultramarines maintain perfect stillness during these visitations, living statues framing their fallen gene-father, their grief locked behind ceramite faceplates. Centuries pass. The chapter master's throne sits empty during formal gatherings, a reminder of absence that weighs heavier with each passing generation. Successive chapter masters conduct their duties from other locations, studying the Codex Astartes for guidance that grows more precious as the millennia stretch its creator further from living memory into legend. They make decisions based on what they believe Guilliman would have done, second-guessing themselves constantly, carrying the weight of leadership that was never meant to be theirs alone. Debates emerge among the pilgrims about whether the wounds are healing, Some claim they see changes over decades of observation. The throat wound closing microscopically, the poison's dark veins fading by imperceptible degrees. Others deny this vehemently, pointing to the scientific absurdity of healing within a stasis field, whose entire function depends on preventing change. Hope and wishful thinking create patterns where perhaps none exist, or perhaps something beyond understanding slowly works against the poison's immortal grip. The Ultramarines document every observation with hololithic precision, comparing measurements to within millimeters, tracking any possible alteration across years and decades and centuries. They offer no official position on whether healing occurs. Their Primarch rests in stasis. Everything else is speculation, hope, faith in forms that cannot be measured or disproven. The records grow into archives, then into libraries, entire wings of the fortress of Hera, dedicated to maintaining watch over a single frozen moment. 10,000 years pass, while Roboute Guilliman remains trapped between heartbeats. Empires rise and fall. The Imperium he helped build twists into something unrecognizable, its ideals corrupted by time and necessity and the grinding weight of constant war. The galaxy burns and rebuilds and burns again. And through it all, the 13th Legion's Primarch sits frozen on his throne, wounds forever refusing to kill him or let him heal, maintained in that amber moment while the universe forgets what he represented, what he fought for, what he believed humanity could become. The stasis field hums its eternal song, holding death at bay through technology that even the Adeptus Mechanicus can barely comprehend anymore. Pilgrims continue arriving, their numbers growing as the Primarch transforms from recent tragedy into ancient legend, from fallen hero into semi-mythical figure whose existence some begin to doubt. The Ultramarines stand their eternal vigil, generation after generation, the duty passing from veterans to recruits who never knew an Imperium where their gene father walked among the living. And somewhere beyond the veil of frozen time, beyond the reach of mortal comprehension, Roboute Guilliman waits in darkness that is not quite death, aware in ways that cannot be described, patient in ways that transcend patience. The poison has not killed him. The stasis has not saved him. He exists in the space between neither one thing nor another, while the galaxy he fought to civilize descends into the very barbarism he spent his life trying to prevent. The galaxy Guilliman cannot see burns with fires that have burned for 10 millennia without pause, while he sits frozen on Macraga, while his sons stand watch over a moment that refuses to end. The Imperium of man has transformed into something its founders would not recognize. The dream of enlightened secular governance has rotted into theocratic nightmare. The vision of humanity united under reason and progress has been replaced by a death cult that devours billions of lives daily to sustain its own momentum. The ecclesiarchy rises from seeds that should have been burned before taking root. The emperor's explicit rejection of worship, his insistence that superstition must be abandoned if humanity is to survive, becomes twisted into its opposite through the machinations of desperate men who mistake control for salvation. Within 1,000 years of the heresy, the imperial cult spreads across the galaxy like plague, transforming the master of mankind from secular leader into divine savior. Churches rise on every world, their spires reaching toward skies they claim house heaven, their foundations built on bones of those who questioned whether worship was what the emperor truly wanted. By the 32nd millennium, the cult has become inseparable from imperial governance. Cardinals wield power equivalent to planetary governors. Bishops command armies that rival Astra Militarum regiments. The Adeptus Ministorum grows into an empire within an empire, its wealth measured in entire star systems, its influence reaching into every level of administration. They preach that suffering is holy, that pain is prayer, that death in the Emperor's name is the highest calling. Billions believe them because what else is there to believe when the galaxy offers only war and the promise of worse to come? The Inquisition emerges from necessity and metastasizes into paranoia made institutional. Founded to root out corruption and heresy, it evolves into a network of independent operators who answer to no authority except their own judgment. Some are heroes, brilliant investigators who save worlds through careful analysis and targeted intervention. Others are monsters, zealots who burn populations on suspicion, who torture innocents into confessions of crimes they did not commit, who believe that one death prevented justifies 1,000 deaths inflicted. The Inquisition's symbol becomes synonymous with dread. Entire populations falling silent when an inquisitor arrives, knowing that questions asked often matter more than answers given. The Adeptus Mechanicus retreats into mysteries that border on madness. Knowledge becomes religion. Innovation becomes heresy. Understanding becomes unnecessary when ritual suffices. Tech priests maintain machinery through prayers they no longer understand, performing rites that have lost all connection to the engineering principles they once represented. Forge worlds churn out weapons using patterns 10,000 years old, unable or unwilling to improve designs that might be improved. When someone suggests efficiency or modification, the Mechanicus burns them for tech heresy, preferring reliable ignorance to risky knowledge. The Astra Militarum grinds through soldiers like ammunition through guns. Trillions serve, billions die. The individual guardsman becoming nothing more than a unit of currency in logistics calculations that span light years. They fight wars that last centuries, bleeding themselves across battlefields where victory means reclaiming ash from traitors or Xenos who also covet ash. Officers send waves of infantry against fortifications that cannot be breached, accept casualty rates that would horrify any sane commander, operate under doctrines where human life is the most expendable resource available. The administratum drowns in its own bureaucracy. Tithes arrive centuries late because the paperwork took 300 years to process. Armies deploy to wars that have already been won or lost because the relevant orders were filed under incorrect designation codes. Entire worlds fall off records, forgotten until they cease paying taxes or their astropathic choir goes silent. Scribes spend lifetimes transcribing documents that no one will read, filling archives that have archives of their own, maintaining records for the sake of records regardless of utility or purpose. Every institution ossifies into parody of itself. The Navi's nobility hoards its monopoly on warp navigation, selling passage at extortionate rates, allowing ships to be destroyed through negligence rather than compromise its exclusive control. The Officio Assassinorum launches operations decades after their targets have died of old age because authorization required signatures from 17 different officials who could not agree on jurisdiction. The Adeptus Arbites enforce laws that contradict themselves, applying imperial justice with brutality that creates more criminals than it eliminates. Across 1 million worlds, the Imperium has become a machine that exists to perpetuate its own existence. Production happens not to benefit citizens, but to meet quotas. Quotas exist not to ensure survival, but to satisfy bureaucratic requirements. Requirements multiply not through need, but through institutional inertia. The system feeds on itself, consuming resources and lives and hope, while producing little except more system, more machinery, more grinding inevitability. The Imperial Guard tithing takes 10% of every world's population, stripping away the young and strong and sending them to die on battlefields they will never understand, fighting enemies they have never seen, for objectives that matter only in strategic abstracts. Families accept this as inevitable, celebrate sons and daughters who march away knowing they will never return, making peace with loss before it occurs, because grief in advance is easier than hope that will be disappointed. The lucky die quickly. The unlucky experience horrors that break their minds before their bodies fail, returning home as hollow shells if they return at all. Forge worlds strip mine their own foundations, extracting resources until the crust becomes unstable. Populations living atop industrial excavations that penetrate to the mantle. They produce tanks by the billion, shells by the trillion, laser guns in quantities that beggar comprehension. All of it feeds the war machine, the endless hunger for material that can never be satisfied because the wars never end, can never end, must never end, because without war, the Imperium has no purpose, no identity, no reason to demand the sacrifices it requires. Hive worlds pile humanity into vertical cities that blot out the sun, billions living in darkness illuminated only by chemical fires and failing lumens. The underhives become warrens, where imperial law is a distant rumor, where gangs and cults fight over territory measured in city blocks, where mutation runs rampant because the radiation and industrial waste have saturated everything. The nobles in the upper spires live in comparative luxury, their lives sustained by wealth extracted from populations who will never breathe clean air, will never see stars, will never experience any existence except grim labor in foundries and factories that run shifts around the clock. The imperial cult teaches that this is righteous, that suffering is holy, that pain is prayer offered to the God Emperor who watches from his golden throne. They preach that questioning is heresy, that doubt is corruption, that accepting one's place in the hierarchy is the highest virtue. Priests stand on pulpits made from the bones of martyrs, reading from books bound in skin of saints, promising salvation through submission, while their churches sit on fortunes that could feed entire worlds. The faithful believe because the alternative is nihilism, and nihilism offers no comfort in a galaxy where comfort is the rarest resource. Corruption festers in every institution. Planetary governors live as tyrants, extracting bribes and taxes in equal measure, maintaining private armies that exist solely to preserve their power. Merchant houses manipulate markets, creating artificial shortages that allow them to profit from desperation. Administrative officials demand payment for processing paperwork that should be routine, holding vital documents hostage until proper gifts are delivered. The system perpetuates itself through mutual exploitation, everyone taking their cut, everyone finding ways to profit from positions they ostensibly hold in service to the Imperium. The Space Marine chapters stand apart, but even they have changed. Many have forgotten the Great Crusade's ideals, lost connection to their founding in anything except ritual and legend. They recruit from feral worlds and hive gangs, taking children who know nothing except violence and teaching them more sophisticated violence, creating warriors who fight with skill, but lack understanding of what they fight for beyond duty and honor and service to the Emperor. The gene seed becomes sacred relic rather than biological tool. Recovery operations prioritizing extraction of progenoid glands over tactical objectives, brothers dying to reclaim the dead rather than press advantages that might win battles. 10,000 years of this, 10,000 years of slow decay, of ideals abandoned, of necessity becoming virtue, of emergency measures becoming permanent policy. The Imperium Roboute Guilliman helped build. The secular federation meant to unite humanity under reason and law has transformed into exactly the kind of superstitious tyranny he spent his life fighting against. The Emperor's dream has become the Emperor's nightmare, and the galaxy grinds on, consuming billions of lives per day to maintain systems that benefit no one except those wealthy or powerful enough to exploit the suffering. And through it all, in the fortress of Hera, on Macragge, the Primarch, who might have prevented this descent, sits frozen in stasis, trapped in a moment while the civilization he helped create forgets everything he stood for, everything he believed, everything he tried to teach them about governance and justice, and the price of abandoning reason for faith. The galaxy burns, the Imperium decays, and Roboute Guilliman sleeps in amber, unable to witness, unable to act, unable to scream at the sheer waste of it all. Abaddon the Despoiler stands at the precipice of his greatest triumph. 10,000 years of planning and warfare and patient accumulation of power, all focused toward this single objective. The 13th Black Crusade erupts from the Eye of Terra with a scale that dwarfs all previous incursions, a flood of chaos space. Marines and demon engines and corrupted mortals that crashes against the Cadian Gate like a tsunami of hatred made manifest. Fleets darken the void above 100 worlds, their hulls wrapped in reality-distorting warp energies, their crews screaming prayers to gods that answer with promises of glory and damnation intertwined. Cadia stands at the choke point, that fortress world which has held the line for millennia, its pylons keeping the eye's influence contained, its population born and bred for war. Every citizen is a soldier from childhood, raised with lasgun drills and defensive tactics, taught that their world is the shield that protects the Imperium from the galaxy's greatest threat. The Cadian High Command mobilizes with practiced efficiency, calling forth reserves that have waited generations for deployment, activating defense networks built layer upon layer across 10,000 years of preparation. The initial assaults break against Cadian fortifications like waves against breakwaters. Traitor Astartes throw themselves at bunker complexes that have withstood centuries of bombardment, finding that Cadian discipline and preparation make poor targets for shock assaults. The Despoiler's forces take horrific casualties, entire companies of Chaos Marines eliminated in killing fields where overlapping fire lanes create zones of absolute death, where minefields stack atop minefields, where every meter of ground costs blood measured in bathtubs. But Abaddon has learned patience across 10 millennia of failure. He does not commit to futile assaults, does not waste his forces against defenses that prove impregnable. Instead, he shifts strategy, bringing forth resources that previous crusades lacked. The Blackstone Fortress, designated Will of Eternity, translates from the warp above Cadia, its ancient superstructure bristling with weapons that date to the war in heaven, its systems powered by technologies that should not exist. The fortress's guns speak with authority that transcends conventional firepower, each shot tearing through void shields and armor plating as though neither exists. Cadian orbital defense platforms die in sequence, their reactors overloading under bombardment, that treats meters of adamantium as tissue paper. Ships of the Imperial Navy attempt to engage, their lance batteries and nova cannons insignificant against the Blackstone's reality-warping defenses. Entire squadrons vanish in single salvos, crews dying without time to scream as their vessels collapse into compressed wreckage that used to be proud warships. The void above Cadia becomes a graveyard, debris fields so dense they register on augurs as solid masses. On the surface, the true assault begins as traitor forces exploit the loss of orbital superiority. Drop pods rain down in numbers that blot out the sun, each one carrying Chaos Space Marines who have spent 10,000 years nursing hatred for the Imperium that cast them out. Demon engines materialize through reality tears, brass and sinew constructions that should not function but move with horrible purpose, their forms violating physical laws through will alone. Cultist armies surge forward in human waves, dying by the millions, but buying seconds and meters through sheer mass. Lord Castellan Ursakar Creed directs the defense from the Casa Gallan Command Center, his tactical genius allowing him to extract maximum efficiency from forces that grow more desperate by the hour. He rotates units through the meat grinder, pulls reserves from quiet sectors to reinforce breakthroughs, coordinates artillery strikes that expend ammunition at rates logistics officers claim are unsustainable. Creed makes the impossible work through force of will and intimate knowledge of Cadian defensive networks built across millennia. The Black Legion breaks through in the Rosvar Peninsula, their assault overwhelming defenders who have held for months without relief. Chaos Space Marines pour through the breach, their advance covered by demon engines that absorb lasgun fire like gentle rain. Cadian regiments collapse back toward interior fortifications, fighting delaying actions that cost them half their numbers but buy time for evacuation of civilian populations who have nowhere to evacuate to except deeper into the same war zone. Saint Celestine descends upon the battlefield like an angel of violent mercy, her wings spreading light that burns corrupted flesh, her blade carving through traitor Astartes with contemptuous ease. Where she fights, Imperial forces rally, discovering reserves of courage they did not know they possessed, charging back into battles they had been losing. But one living saint cannot be everywhere, cannot hold every breach, cannot prevent the slow, inexorable advance of forces that outnumber Cadia's defenders 10 to 1. Beneath the surface, in bunker complexes that descend kilometers into bedrock, Cadian civilians pack into shelters designed for populations a fraction of their current size. Families huddle in darkness broken by failing lumens, children crying for food that ran out days ago, the elderly dying quietly because acknowledging their deaths would force difficult decisions about disposal. The air grows thick with carbon dioxide and fierce sweat. Recyclers straining beyond capacity, everyone waiting for either rescue or the ceiling to collapse as bombardment shakes the foundations. The pylons that have contained the eye's influence for millennia begin failing under sustained assault. Abaddon targets them specifically, directs his most powerful assets toward their destruction, understanding that Cadia's strategic value lies less in its fortifications than in its ability to stabilize local reality. Each pylon's destruction creates ripples in the warp, tears in the fabric that separates material space from the immaterium. Demons slip through these gaps, manifesting where they should not be able to manifest, killing with claws and teeth and impossible geometries that make eyes bleed. Lord Castellan Creed calls for reinforcement from fleets that cannot come, from regiments that died months ago, from Space Marine chapters that have their own desperate fights elsewhere. The astropathic choir burns through psychers at rates that alarm even their handlers, each message sent requiring sacrifices of sanity and life. Each response bringing news of other disasters, other battles, other worlds falling to chaos forces that have synchronized their attacks across the sector. Cadia stands alone, as it has always stood alone, the shield that must not break because breaking means unleashing horrors upon the wider Imperium. The despoiler himself leads the final assault, his talon of Horus crackling with energies that have claimed Primarchs, his Terminator plate scarred by 10,000 years of warfare. He carves through Kassakin elites like they are unarmored children, his swings ending lives that represent decades of training and service, his advance unstoppable through any conventional means. Creed coordinates counterattacks that slow but cannot stop the Warmaster of Chaos, buying time measured in minutes at costs measured in companies. Above Cadia, something worse emerges. The will of eternity positions itself with deliberate care, its prow aimed not at military targets, but at Cadia itself, at the planet's core where tectonics meet superheated mantle. The Blackstone Fortress charges its primary weapon, drawing power from sources that taste like screaming souls and borrowed time. Warning sirens blare across every surviving command post, alerts cascading through tactical networks as augurs detect energy signatures that exceed any known weapon system. The shot tears through Cadia's crust like a spear through parchment, penetrates to the core, delivers payload that was never meant to be used against planets, because using it this way is effectively suicide for everyone involved. The world cracks, not metaphorically, not eventually, but immediately and catastrophically. Tectonic plates shift by hundreds of kilometers in seconds. Magma erupts from fissures that open wide enough to swallow hives. Oceans boil away in steam explosions that reach high orbit. Cadia dies screaming, its surface becoming hell made manifest, its population of billions reduced to memory in the space of minutes. Cadia stands becomes the final transmission from Lord Castellan Creed before his fortress disappears beneath magma flows. Those words spread across the Imperium through astropathic networks that carry more than information, that bear the weight of defiance and desperation, and the absolute refusal to yield even when yielding is the only rational option. Cadia stands, even when it falls, especially when it falls, because the fortress world was never just a planet, was never only a strategic position. Cadia was an idea, a promise that humanity could hold the line against anything if it possessed sufficient courage and determination. The pylon's destruction unleashes what they had contained. The eye of Terra expands its borders, spreading across the sector like infected wound. Worlds that had been safe behind Cadia's shield suddenly find themselves exposed to warp intrusion, their population screaming as reality becomes optional, as demons manifest in bedrooms and council chambers and holy places, as madness sweeps through populations who have no defense against corruption that attacks the soul directly. But something else happens as well, something the despoiler did not anticipate and would have prevented if he could have. The massive warp disruption created by Cadia's death interacts with existing warp storms, with nascent tears in reality, with the weaknesses in the barrier between material space and the immaterium. These interact, cascade, amplify each other in a feedback loop that builds exponentially. The Great Rift tears open across the galaxy, a wound in reality stretching from the Eye of Terra to the eastern fringe, splitting the Imperium in half. On one side, the Imperium Sanctus maintains tenuous connection to Terra, can still see the Astronomican's light, retains the infrastructure necessary for coordinated governance. On the other side, the Imperium Nihilus falls into darkness, cut off from the guiding light that allows warp travel, isolated from central authority, abandoned to face the galaxy's horrors alone. Millions of worlds go dark in the span of weeks, their astropathic choirs burning out, trying to send messages through warp storms that devour communication like hungry predators. The galaxy has fundamentally changed. Cadia's fall is not just a military defeat, but a metaphysical disaster, an event that reshapes the strategic landscape in ways no amount of conventional warfare could achieve. The Imperium that has held for 10,000 years suddenly finds itself fractured, its infrastructure compromised, its ability to project power across the stars severely diminished. And Abaddon the Despoiler withdraws into the eye of Terra, his objective achieved, leaving behind a galaxy burning with wars that will consume billions before any semblance of stability returns. In this moment of maximum crisis, in this disaster that threatens the Imperium's very existence, attention turns to artifacts and legends and desperate measures that would have been unthinkable in more stable times. On Macragge, in the shrine of the Primarch, where Roboute Guilliman has slept for 10 millennia, tech priests and Eldar priestesses gather around impossible alliances and plans that border on heresy. The galaxy burns, and the Avenging Son stirs in his amber prison, moving toward an awakening that no one truly believes is possible. Archmagos, Dominus Belisarius Call, has been working for 10,000 years on projects that would have seen him executed for tech heresy had the Mechanicus discovered them. In secret forges beneath Mars, in hidden laboratory ships drifting through void between stars, he has pursued improvement of the Emperor's designs with obsessive dedication that borders on madness. The Primaris Space Marine project represents his life's work. Gene-forged warriors who stand taller than their brothers, carry additional organs, demonstrate capabilities that original Astartes cannot match. They wait in stasis beneath the Red Planet, thousands of them, entire chapters worth of enhanced warriors ready for deployment. But Cowl's greatest heresy, the project he has never spoken of even to his most trusted associates, concerns Roboute Guilliman himself. Before the Primarch departed for what would become his final campaign against Fulgrim, he commissioned Call to create something unprecedented. The armor of fate represents technology that makes even other tech priests uncomfortable. Systems incorporating archaeotech that should not still function. Biomechanical integration that blurs lines between armor and life support in ways the Mechanicus officially considers abominable. Call spent centuries perfecting the design, incorporating advances from a dozen different fields, creating something that could theoretically sustain a Primarch even at the edge of death. The armor waits in Call's personal vault, humming with barely contained power, its systems tested and retested across millennia until even Cowl's paranoid perfectionism admits satisfaction. But armor alone cannot save someone 10,000 years dead, cannot purge warp poison that has been frozen in time, cannot restore life to flesh that has not lived for longer than empires persist. What Carl lacks is the final component, the element that could bridge the gap between theoretical possibility and actual resurrection. What he lacks is a miracle wrapped in Xenos sorcery and the power of a newborn god. Evrain calls herself the Daughter of Shades, emissary of Aeneid, herald of the Whispering God. She represents the Inari, those Eldar who follow a new deity born from death itself, who believe they have found the path to salvation for their dying race. The Eldari have spent 10,000 years in slow decline, their empire shattered by the birth of Slaanesh, their souls claimed by she who thirsts, unless protected by soul stones or more desperate measures. Inead offers different hope, a god of death who might devour Slaanesh, who might restore the Eldar to their former glory, who might end the eternal damnation their race has suffered since the fall. But gods require power, and newborn gods require considerable power to achieve the strength necessary for decay. The crone swords scattered across the galaxy represent one path to empowerment. These artifacts, 5 blades lost when Slaanesh consumed the Eldar Empire, carry power sufficient to wound gods if wielded properly. Yvraine has claimed several through battles that cost the Inari dearly, each sword's recovery requiring sacrifices, measured in lives of those who should have been immortal. The final sword rests on Shalaxi, demon world, where reality bends to Slaanesh's whims, where the laws of physics are suggestions at best. Yvraine's strike force penetrates deep into corruption that should have overwhelmed them, fights through demon hordes that manifest from thought and desire, reaches the vault where the crone sword waits. The battle to claim it costs everything, her forces reduced to a handful of survivors, her own life ending under demon claws that tear through ghostplate and flesh with equal ease. She dies on Shalaxi with the sword in her hands, feeling her soul begin the inevitable slide towards she who thirsts, experiencing the terror that all Eldar know awaits them. But Inead reaches out in that moment, the newborn god's power channeling through the crone sword into Yvraine's fading consciousness, pulling her back from the edge, restoring her to life in an act that should be impossible, even for gods. She resurrects with the sword and something else, with a gift that allows her to channel Inead's power directly, to resurrect others as she was resurrected, to serve as conduit for miracles wrapped in death's authority. The visions come immediately after resurrection, images burning into her consciousness with clarity that admits no doubt. A frozen Primarch in blue armor, wounds that will not heal, poison that cannot be purged through conventional means, a galaxy splitting open, chaos spreading like infection, the Imperium fracturing under pressure it cannot withstand, and threading through it all the understanding that resurrecting Roboute Guilliman is not just possible but necessary, that the Inari's survival depends on the Imperium's survival, that the newborn god of death requires the Imperium's armies if war against Slaanesh is ever to succeed. The alliance takes shape through negotiations that would have been impossible before Cadia's fall. The Inari approach Inquisitor Greyfax, that most Puritan of Inquisitors who has spent her career burning Xenos and anyone who consorts with them. Under normal circumstances, she would have ordered Yvraine's execution on sight, would have considered any Eldar presence in Imperial space an intolerable contamination. But circumstances are not normal. The galaxy burns, the Imperium fractures, and Greyfax has always prioritized humanity's survival over her personal prejudices, has always understood that purity means nothing if extinction is the alternative. Greyfax brokers the alliance with Saint Celestine, the living saint, whose resurrections mark her as divinely chosen, whose presence on battlefields has turned defeats into victories through miracles that even skeptics cannot deny. Celestine understands the risk, knows that cooperation with Xenos will be seen as heresy by many in the ecclesiarchy, accepts the burden of this choice because the alternative is allowing the galaxy to fall to chaos unopposed. She has fought on 1,000 battlefields, has seen what happens when the Imperium lacks the strength to defend its territory, has watched worlds burn because reinforcements arrive too late or not at all. Together they travel to Mars, entering Cause forges through access tunnels that do not officially exist, meeting the Archmagos in chambers where heretical research has been conducted since before the Inquisition was founded. Cal greets them with enthusiasm that borders on manic, his mechadendrites writhing with excitement, his vocalizations modulating through frequencies that convey emotions his cybernetic modifications were supposed to eliminate. He shows them the armor of fate, explains its functions in technical language that none of them fully understand, makes clear that this represents his life's work, his attempt to honor a promise made 10,000 years ago to a Primarch he considered friend as much as master. The plan takes shape through discussions that stretch across days, each participant contributing expertise the others lack. Call provides the technical framework, the armor systems designed to sustain life under conditions that would kill even enhanced warriors. Ivrain offers Inead's power, the death god's ability to restore life channeled through the crone sword and her own resurrected form. Greyfax ensures Imperial cooperation, leveraging her authority to secure passage through defensive networks that would otherwise incinerate any Xenos vessel on sight. Celestine lends divine weight, her presence sanctifying an alliance that might otherwise be condemned as heresy. But one element remains uncertain, one variable that none of them can control or predict. The Emperor himself sits entombed on Terra, has sat there for 10,000 years sustaining the Astronomicon through force of will that should have broken millennia ago. His relationship with his sons has always been complicated, marked by pragmatism that sometimes looked like affection and sometimes looked like using tools he created for specific purposes. Whether he will intervene to save Roboute Guilliman, whether he retains enough power to intervene even if willing, whether he considers a single Primarch worth the expenditure when the entire Imperium requires his protection, these questions have no certain answers. They depart Mars aboard the Inari vessel, Daughter's Lament, its wraithbone hull carrying Eldar and humans in uneasy proximity. The ship's holds packed with equipment that represents Carl's most sophisticated work. The journey to Macraga should take months through conventional warp routes, but they navigate using webwave fragments that should be collapsed, passing through Eldar infrastructure that predates humanity's spaceflight, emerging in Ultramar after weeks that feel like centuries due to temporal distortions that make everyone aboard uncomfortable. Ultramar itself burns under assault that arrived with unfortunate timing. Chaos forces have detected something, sense opportunity in the moment when attention focuses elsewhere, launch attacks across the 500 worlds with coordination that suggests diabolic intelligence at work. Black Legion warbands materialize from the warp, their drop pods crashing through planetary defenses weakened by redeployment to crises elsewhere. Demon engines manifest in population centers, killing indiscriminately, spreading corruption through proximity that breaks mortal minds. The Ultramarines fight desperate holding actions, spread too thin across too many fronts, losing ground despite tactical excellence that would have won battles under less impossible circumstances. Macragge itself comes under assault as the Daughter's Lament makes final approach. Black Legion strike cruisers translate into orbit, their guns speaking death toward defensive platforms that respond with fire discipline that makes every shot count. On the surface, drop pods rain down around the fortress of Hera, each one delivering Chaos Space Marines who have come specifically to prevent what they sense is about to occur. Abaddon the Despoiler has sent his finest, warriors who have served the Black Legion for millennia, veterans of 10,000 years who understand that stopping the Primarch's resurrection is worth any price. The Ultramarines mobilize every available company, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar leading his first company Terminators in defense of the Temple of Correction, where their gene father has slept since before their great-great-grandsires were born. The fortress becomes battlefield, its corridors filling with bolter fire and plasma discharge, its walls cracking under weaponry that ignores centuries of careful maintenance. Calgar fights with the god's hand and the gauntlets of Ultramar, weapons gifted by his Primarch before Thessalar, artifacts that channel his strength into blows that could shatter ceramite plating. The Inari arrive in the midst of this chaos, their forces slipping through webway gates that open within the fortress itself, depositing Eldar warriors in locations that should be impenetrable. Ivrain leads her forces toward the shrine of the Primarch, her retinue cutting through surprised Ultramarines who react with admirable discipline despite the impossible intrusion. She carries the Crone Sword, its blade humming with power that makes nearby Space Marines uncomfortable, its presence warping local reality in subtle ways that create the sensation of being watched by something vast and terrible. Greyfax arrives moments later with Celestine and a detachment of Adepta Sororitas, their presence providing legitimacy that prevents Ultramarines from opening fire on obvious Xenos. She carries inquisitorial authority, her seal commanding obedience even from Space Marines who would normally question orders to cooperate with aliens. Celestine's wings spread wide, light emanating from her form creating dramatic contrast against the fortress's shadows, her mere presence inspiring courage in defenders who desperately need inspiration. Call comes last, his mechadendrites gripping the armor of Fate's transport container, his numerous sub-processors calculating optimal paths through combat zones, his voice projecting binary commands that open doors sealed by codes 10,000 years old. The Archmagos has been planning this moment for so long that his actions flow with practiced certainty. Each step anticipated, each contingency prepared for, his paranoid thoroughness finally justified by circumstances that would have seemed absurd even months ago. They converge on the shrine of the Primarch as Black Legion forces realize where everyone is going, as Chaos Space Marines redirect their assault toward the one location that matters above all others, the chamber that has been sanctuary and prison both, where Roboute Guilliman has sat frozen for longer than any of them have been alive, where millennia of vigil are about to reach conclusion that none of the Watchers expected to witness. The alliance of necessity prepared to commit heresy and miracle in equal measure, gambling that resurrection is possible, praying to different gods that the cost will be survivable. The shrine of the Primarch stands in the Temple of Correction's heart, a chamber that has remained essentially unchanged for 10,000 years despite the fortress of Hera's constant evolution around it. Vaulted ceilings rise into shadows where no lumen reaches, the darkness above deliberate rather than accidental, architectural reminder that some mysteries transcend illumination. The stasis field generator surrounds Roboute Guilliman's throne, its arcane mechanisms humming a song that has not varied in pitch or rhythm since activation, its systems drawing power from reactors buried deep beneath Macragge's crust. Belisarius' call interfaces with the generator's control systems through mechadendrites that split into fractal branches, his consciousness diving into machine code written before the current iteration of Gothic became lingua franca. The technology dates to the Dark Age, represents understanding of physics that current Mechanicus doctrine considers lost, perhaps deliberately lost, given implications that make tech priests uncomfortable. Carl reads the data flows with ease born of intimate familiarity, having studied these particular systems across multiple centuries, prepared for this moment through obsessive planning that some might call madness, but he considers merely thorough. The Black Legion assault reaches critical intensity as Call begins the shutdown sequence. Explosions shake the Temple of Correction's foundations, their concussions sending dust cascading from architectural details carved before the heresy. Bolter fire echoes through corridors where chapter serfs have walked in silent contemplation for generations. The sounds of warfare violating sacred space in ways that make defending Ultramarines fight with particular fury. First Company Terminators hold breach points, their storm bolters creating kill zones that consume traitor Astartes by the dozen, their power fists ending warriors who have survived since the siege of Terra. Marneus Calgar leads from the front, his presence rallying brothers who see their chapter master fighting alongside them, rather than directing from command centers. The gauntlets of Ultramar strike with force that crushes ceramite into powder, each blow ending lives that span millennia, each death reducing the enemy's institutional memory by margins that might seem insignificant but accumulate toward meaningful loss. Chaos Space Marines fall before him, their experience and bitterness and 10,000 years of hatred insufficient against determined defense, fighting on home ground. Inside the shrine, Yvraine positions herself beside the stasis field with hands raised, her form beginning to glow with pale light that has nothing to do with conventional illumination. The crone sword floats before her, rotating slowly, its blade catching reflections that should not exist given the chamber's lighting. She draws on Iniad's power, channeling the death god's essence through her resurrected form, becoming conduit for energies that make nearby observers uncomfortable in ways they cannot articulate. Space Marines assigned to Inner Sanctum watch with suspicion barely contained, their bolters pointed toward the floor, but ready to rise if the Xenos witch demonstrates hostile intent. Inquisitor Greyfax stands between them, her authority the only thing preventing bloodshed, her presence commanding obedience even from warriors who serve no master except their Primarch and the Emperor. She watches Yvraine with eyes that miss nothing, evaluating every gesture for signs of deception or corruption, prepared to order execution if this alliance proves to be trap rather than salvation. Her storm bolter remains holstered, but her hand rests on its grip, her decades of experience making her hyper-aware of how quickly situations can deteriorate, from cooperation to combat. Saint Celestine hovers near the chamber's entrance, her wings creating breeze that smells like incense and ozone, her sword drawn and ready. She serves as living shield, positioned to intercept any Black Legion breakthrough, her resurrections making her uniquely capable of serving as final line of defense. Her presence sanctifies what might otherwise be condemned as heresy, her divine status lending weight that transforms xeno-sorcery into something the faithful can accept as the Emperor's will operating through unconventional means. Carl's mechadendrites move with increasing speed as the shutdown sequence progresses through safety checks designed to prevent exactly what he is attempting. The stasis field generator was never meant to be deactivated while containing a subject, its systems assuming that release would only occur after complete shutdown and extensive maintenance. He overrides these safeties through access codes that Guilliman provided 10 millennia ago, backdoors built into the system specifically for this contingency, the Primarch's paranoia and planning extending even to circumstances he hoped would never occur. The field's hum shifts in pitch, dropping from familiar constancy into wavering uncertainty that makes everyone in the chamber tense. Reality around Guilliman begins to shimmer. The amber prison that has held him between heartbeats starting to decay at edges, time reasserting jurisdiction over space it has been excluded from for 10,000 years. The Primarch's wounds remain visible through the dissolving field, the throat injury still bleeding despite millennia that have passed outside this frozen moment, poison still working through his system exactly as it had been when stasis activated. Energy readings spike across Carl's monitoring systems. The generators react to straining under load patterns it was not designed to handle. Coolant systems activate with steam hiss that fills the chamber with moisture that tastes like ancient machinery. Warning runes illuminate across control panels, cascading alerts in languages dead and living. The generator's machine spirit protesting treatment that exceeds operational parameters by orders of magnitude. Call ignores the warnings, his confidence in his calculations absolute despite risks that would make more cautious tech priests abort the attempt. The field collapses with a sound like reality exhaling, a fundamental wrongness that makes everyone present feel briefly nauseous, as though the universe had momentarily forgotten how to maintain consistency. Time rushes back into the space it had been excluded from, flooding the volume around Guilliman's throne, with causality reasserting dominance. The Primarch's chest moves, his lungs drawing breath for the first time in 10 millennia, the motion triggering cascades of biological processes that have been suspended since before most people in the galaxy were born. The wound from Fulgrim's blade immediately begins bleeding in earnest, poison flooding into Guilliman's system with renewed vigor, death reaching for him with fingers that had been patient but now move with urgent certainty. His enhanced metabolism attempts to fight the contamination, his multiple organs working together to purge the warp-tainted corruption, his gene-forged biology demonstrating why Primarchs are effectively demigods made flesh. But even Primarchs can die, and the poison was designed specifically to kill beings of his nature, ancient demonic essence wrapped in physical form, corruption that operates on levels beyond biology. Call and Ivrain work in synchronization that should be impossible between human and alien, between tech priest and priestess of a death god. The armor of fate unfolds from its transport container, its plates spreading like flower petals, its systems activating with a bass note that resonates through bedrock. Carl guides it through biomechanical motions, each piece finding its place around Guilliman's form, sealing with hermetic locks that engage through mechanisms combining technology and something else, something the Mechanicus would condemn as sorcery if they witnessed it. Ivrain channels Inead's power through the crone sword into the armor's systems, Death God's essence flowing through arcane conduits that Cal built without fully understanding their function, following designs that came to him in dreams he does not remember having. The power purges poison from Guilliman's bloodstream, burning away warp corruption with energies that taste like endings and new beginnings combined. It seals the throat wound, forcing flesh to knit, despite damage that has persisted across millennia, overriding the supernatural curse that has prevented healing through sheer divine authority. But something else happens as well, something none of them anticipated. The Emperor's consciousness reaches out from Terra, his psychic presence manifesting in the shrine, with a weight that makes every soul present feel suddenly and terrifyingly small. He has been watching, has been aware of this attempt since before it began, has evaluated its participants and found them acceptable, despite the heresy of their methods. His power joins Ivrain's, golden light mixing with pale illumination of death, two divine forces working in concert to reclaim a son from the edge of extinction. The Emperor's touch goes deeper than physical healing, reaches into Guilliman's soul to capture it before it can flee beyond the veil, holds it anchored to flesh that wants to die, forces continued existence through will that has sustained the Astronomicon for 10,000 years. But the Emperor has changed, has become something barely recognizable, as the being who created the Primarchs, transformed by millennia of agonizing service into entity that operates on scales beyond human comprehension. What he communicates to Guilliman in that moment of soul contact carries weight of disappointment and necessity, and love twisted into shapes that hurt to contemplate. Guilliman's eyes open. After 10,000 years of vigil, after generations of brothers who stood watch hoping for miracles they never expected, after countless pilgrims who came seeking signs of divine favor, the Primarch of the 13th Legion awakens. His gaze sweeps the chamber, taking in faces he does not recognize wearing colors he designed. The blue and gold of Ultramarines maintained across millennia by warriors who inherited their service from ancestors, who inherited it from ancestors back to the heresy's immediate aftermath. His gaze moves to Marneus Calgar, holds there with something like recognition despite never having met this particular chapter master. Perhaps he sees the rank markings, understands the authority they represent. Perhaps his gene-forged biology recognizes patterns in Calgar's gene seed that echo back to his own genetics. Or perhaps he simply understands that in any command structure, certain positions carry weight that transcends personal identity, that chapter masters fill roles rather than merely hold titles. Then he sees the Black Legion forces breaching the shrine's outer doors, sees traitors wearing colors that were once loyal, the black and gold of the lunar wolves twisted into something that desecrates memory of brotherhood that existed before the heresy. His face hardens into expression that makes even his own son step back slightly. Transformation from confused awakening to absolute fury happening faster than thought. The Primarch stands, the armor of fate supporting his movement, systems compensating for muscles that have not moved in 10,000 years, power cycling through connections that merge flesh and mechanism into something that transcends both. What follows is less battle than massacre with Guilliman at its center. The Primarch moves through Black Legion assault with speed that makes tracking his movements nearly impossible. Each strike of his fists ending Chaos Space Marines who survived 10,000 years of warfare only to die in seconds. The hand of Dominion, his gauntlet weapon, fires bolt rounds point blank into traitor helms, shattering ceramite and skull with equal ease. His other hand wields the Emperor's sword, a weapon he does not remember claiming, but fits his grip with familiar weight, its blade burning with golden fire that consumes corruption wherever it touches. Black Legion veterans who have served Abaddon since the siege of Terra find themselves outmatched by a margin that should not be possible. They fought at Istvan, survived the heresy's worst battles, spent millennia in the Eye of Terror, where time flows differently and experience accumulates at rates that beggar mortal comprehension. But Guilliman is Primarch, gene-forged demigod, created by the Emperor himself, warrior who commanded legions before these traitors were born, tactical genius whose understanding of warfare transcends anything they have learned in their extended existence. He does not fight with mindless fury or desperate defense. Every movement demonstrates calculated precision, economy of motion that wastes no energy, positioning that creates advantages from terrain and spacing. He herds enemies into kill zones where ultramarine fire can reach them, blocks retreat routes that would allow tactical withdrawal, coordinates his assault with surrounding forces despite having no communication with them beyond visual observation of their positions. 10,000 years have not dulled his tactical acumen. If anything, the necessity of awakening has sharpened it to a point that cuts reality itself. The Black Legion breaks after losing 40% of their assault force in less than 10 minutes. Veterans who should fight to the death instead choosing survival over glory, pulling back toward extraction points with discipline. That speaks to their long experience. They came to prevent a resurrection, found instead a massacre waiting to happen, adapted their objectives from success to survival with pragmatism that explains how they have lasted 10 millennia in service to chaos. Drop pods launch with wounded aboard, leaving dead behind in numbers that would be considered acceptable losses in any normal engagement, but here represent strategic failure. Guilliman stands among corpses of enemies and allies both, his armor streaming blood that is not his own, his chest heaving with exertion, despite enhancements that should make such displays unnecessary. He looks down at his hands, at the armor of fate that encases him, at technology that should not exist combined with xenotech that definitely should not exist. And his expression suggests questions beginning to form despite the immediate situation's urgency. Marneus Calgar approaches with caution, appropriate to meeting legends, goes to one knee in automatic respect despite his own authority as chapter master. The words he speaks are simple acknowledgement of command hierarchy re-established, greeting that carries weight of institutional memory spanning 10,000 years, recognition that regardless of what has happened during the interim, Roboute Guilliman remains Primarch of the Ultramarines, Lord of Ultramar, Avenging Son of the Emperor. Guilliman's response is equally simple: acceptance of service offered, acknowledgement of duty maintained across millennia, recognition that these warriors have kept faith despite his absence. But underneath the formality runs current of horror beginning to surface. First awareness that something has gone very wrong during his long sleep. That 10,000 years represents too much time for any institution to remain unchanged. That the Imperium he remembers and the Imperium that now exists are perhaps no longer the same thing. He sees the sororitas with their power armor bearing icons of faith, their weapons blessed by prayers he never taught. He sees inquisitors wielding authority that transcends normal command structures, operating under mandates that suggest paranoia has become institutional. He sees his own sons wearing devotional imagery, purity seals and prayer strips, and all the paraphernalia of religious observance that the Great Crusade specifically rejected as superstitious barbarism. And floating in the chamber's corner, wings spread and light emanating from her form, he sees an actual living saint, a human woman who apparently performs miracles in the Emperor's name, existing as proof that the imperial cult has become real rather than remaining merely propaganda. The questions begin forming behind his eyes, visible to anyone who knows what to look for. Where is the Emperor? What has happened to the Imperium? Why are his warriors wearing religious symbols? How long has he been asleep? Why does reality feel different, tainted in ways that make his skin crawl, despite the armor separating him from direct contact? The questions accumulate faster than answers can come, building toward realization that will devastate when it arrives in full force. But before any words can be spoken, before explanations can begin, alarms blare throughout the fortress of Hera. New contacts entering the system, emerging from warp space with signatures that suggest hostile intent. The Black Legion has not finished its assault. The initial wave was merely reconnaissance, testing defenses, determining force concentrations. The real attack is arriving now, fleet elements that darken the void, carrying warriors enough to reduce Magraga to ash if not opposed with everything Ultramar can muster. Guilliman's expression shifts from confusion to certainty, from awakened sleeper to commanding general. Transformation happening in heartbeat between one alarm's blare and the next. He has questions, yes. He wants answers, desperately. But first comes duty, comes defense of his realm, comes the familiar necessity of war that apparently has not changed at all, despite 10,000 years of everything else changing. He issues orders in Gothic that sounds archaic to modern ears, but remains comprehensible, his voice carrying authority that makes obedience instinctive, his presence filling the chamber with a weight that transcends physical size. The Primarch has returned. The galaxy has been waiting, though it did not know what it waited for, and Roboute Guilliman strides forth from the shrine, where he slept through ages, moving toward war with purpose that has not wavered despite the impossibility of his resurrection, despite the horror of what he is about to discover, despite everything that has gone wrong during his long sleep. He is Primarch. He is the Avenging Son. And the galaxy is about to remember what that means. The command center in the fortress of Hera hums with activity that feels simultaneously familiar and alien to Guilliman's newly awakened awareness. Tactical displays show fleet positions in three-dimensional projections that would have amazed tech priests of his era, but apparently now constitute standard equipment. Servitors hardwired into communication arrays process data streams that flow at rates beyond human comprehension, their partially organic components twitching with neural impulses as they route information through channels both physical and psychic. Chapter serfs, wearing the blue and white of Ultramar, move with practiced efficiency, their movements coordinated through long familiarity with crisis procedures that have been refined across 10 millennia of constant warfare. Marnius Calgar provides initial briefing with admirable conciseness, given the complexity involved. The Black Legion assault represents coordinated strike against multiple Ultramar worlds simultaneously, forces emerging from warp space at locations suggesting sophisticated intelligence gathering, targeting patterns that demonstrate understanding of defensive networks that should be classified beyond enemy reach. Fleet elements mass above Macragge itself, their numbers sufficient to contest orbital superiority despite the systems, extensive defensive platforms, and significant naval assets. Guilliman absorbs this information with tactical genius that has not diminished during his long sleep, his mind automatically processing force dispositions and likely objectives, calculating response options and their associated risks. He issues orders that feel natural despite using outdated terminology, directing fleet movements and ground force deployments with confidence born of experience commanding campaigns across entire sectors. The chapter masters and ship captains receiving his commands respond with mixture of awe and relief, their tone suggesting they consider his return miraculous in literal sense, divine intervention rather than merely fortunate timing. This troubles him more than the tactical situation, this undercurrent of religious reverence in how his sons speak to him, how they phrase their acknowledgments of his orders. They call him my lord with inflection that carries more than military respect, that suggests worship rather than obedience. They speak of the emperor with capital letters audible in their tone, referring to him in terms that make clear they consider him divine, rather than merely extraordinarily capable. When Calgar mentions the ecclesiarchy in briefing context, he does so with reverence that suggests official imperial institution rather than problematic cult that should have been suppressed generations ago. The defense of Macragge proceeds with efficiency that speaks well of Ultramar's military traditions. Fleet elements engage Black Legion forces at distances where lance batteries reach across void to strike targets tens of thousands of kilometers distant, their fire controlled by tactical officers who calculate firing solutions with precision that would have impressed Guilliman's own fleet commanders. Defense platforms add their considerable firepower to barrages that turn sections of orbital space into kill zones where nothing survives unshielded, where even chaos-corrupted vessels with their supernatural resilience burn and break under sustained bombardment. On the surface, Ultramarine companies deploy to anticipated landing zones, their positioning demonstrating tactical education clearly derived from the Codex Astartes, the document Guilliman authored after the heresy to guide Space Marine operations across scenarios he anticipated might occur. They establish interlocking fields of fire, position heavy weapons to cover likely approach vectors, mine areas where enemy drop pods will predictably attempt landing. When Black Legion forces arrive, they find defenders already positioned, already firing, already executing response plans that have been refined through millennia of practice. But even as battle unfolds with satisfying competence, even as his sons demonstrate they have learned their lessons well, Guilliman notices details that disturb him more than enemy assault. The litanies chanted during weapons blessings, the prayers spoken before ammunition magazines are loaded, the icons painted on bolters and vehicles and armor plates, all of it speaks to religious observance that the imperial truth explicitly rejected. The Great Crusade fought not just to unite humanity, but to free it from superstition, to elevate reason above faith, to build civilization on foundations of science rather than dogma. He raises questions during lull in tactical operations, carefully phrase inquiries about when these practices became common, whether they represent unit-specific traditions or broader institutional changes. The responses he receives make clear that these are not aberrations, but standard procedure, not recent innovations, but practices established millennia ago, not isolated to Ultramar, but universal across the Imperium. The imperial cult has become official state religion. The ecclesiarchy wields power rivaling planetary governments. Worship of the God Emperor constitutes not just common belief, but enforced doctrine. The horror begins settling into Guilliman's awareness, cold and invasive, not unlike the poison that nearly killed him. His father explicitly rejected divinity, forbade worship, insisted that humanity must abandon religious thinking if it was to survive the galaxy's dangers. The Emperor was brilliant, yes, and possessed capabilities that transcended human limitation. But he was not a god, had never claimed divine status, had actively discouraged any suggestion of worship. The imperial truth was meant to free humanity from chains of superstition that had bound it since the age of strife, to create enlightened federation guided by reason rather than faith. And somehow, during 10,000 years of his absence, the Imperium has transformed that explicit rejection into galaxy-spanning religion. Somehow, the very thing his father fought against has become the Imperium's defining characteristic, the foundation upon which all institutions now rest. Churches cover every world, their spires reaching towards skies they claim house heaven. Cardinals command armies, bishops govern populations, priests wield authority that derives from claims of divine mandate rather than competent administration. And all of it done in name of an emperor who would have burned these institutions to ash had he been conscious to witness their rise. The tactical situation requires his attention, prevents him from fully processing this revelation in the moment. The Black Legion assault continues with coordination that suggests Abaddon the Despoiler personally planned this operation, that the War Master of Chaos has committed significant resources to preventing whatever outcome he feared Guilliman's return might produce. Chaos Space Marines breach Ultramar defensive lines in several locations, their assault supported by demon engines that manifest through warp rifts, torn into reality by sorcerers who should not be able to function so easily in material space. Guilliman coordinates responses with efficiency that makes modern commanders understand why legend spoke of his tactical genius. He identifies the enemy's actual objectives beneath their apparent ones, recognizes feint attacks meant to draw reserves away from real targets, repositions forces to counter threats before they fully develop. His orders cascade through command networks with clarity that eliminates ambiguity. His tactical doctrine demonstrated rather than explained. His expectations regarding execution standards made clear through example rather than lengthy instruction. The defense succeeds in containing Black Legion incursion before it can establish permanent foothold. Enemy forces withdrawing after suffering casualties that make continuation prohibitively expensive. They leave behind corpses of brothers who followed Horus 10,000 years ago, warriors who survived the heresy and long war and countless battles only to die on the crag, defending against a Primarch who should have remained dead. Their bodies corrupt the ground where they fall, the warp taint in their flesh causing localized reality distortions that require purification rites and extensive decontamination before areas can be declared safe for normal human presence. Victory brings no celebration, only exhausted relief and awareness that similar battles unfold across Ultramar simultaneously. Reports flow in from other worlds, from Kalth and Talassar and Quintan and dozens more, each one requesting reinforcement they know cannot come, because forces are already stretched beyond sustainable deployment. The 500 worlds burn under assault coordinated with precision, suggesting diabolic intelligence at work. Chaos forces exploiting the moment when attention focuses elsewhere, to strike at targets across the entire subsector. Guilliman absorbs these reports with expression that grows grimmer as the scope becomes clear. This is not isolated attack, but coordinated offensive, strategic operation designed to cripple Ultramar specifically, to deny him the resources and manpower of his home realm when he has only just awakened. Someone understood that his return would matter, recognized him as threat sufficient to justify massive resource commitment, planned this assault with timelines suggesting they knew or suspected his resurrection was imminent. The implications disturb him beyond the immediate military threat. He calls for detailed briefing on the Imperium's current state, requests strategic overview covering not just Ultramar, but the galaxy entire. What he receives takes hours to convey, even in compressed summary form, 10,000 years of history distilled into essential points that still require extensive explanation to provide context. The scope of what has been lost staggers him. Not just the Emperor's consciousness, though that alone would be devastating, but the systematic abandonment of every principle the Great Crusade held sacred. The Imperium, he remembers, was meant to be federation, collection of worlds united by common humanity, but retaining significant autonomy in internal governance. The current Imperium is tyranny, centralized authority that dictates every aspect of planetary administration through decrees issued from Terra. Bureaucracy so extensive it takes centuries for decisions to reach implementation. Systems designed to maintain control rather than serve population needs. Planetary governors rule as tyrants, extracting resources and tithes with indifference to civilian suffering, maintaining power through corruption and force rather than competent leadership. The Imperial Guard, he remembers, was professional military force, well-trained and well-equipped regiments commanded by skilled officers who valued their soldiers' lives as the precious resource they represented. The current Guard is meat grinder, expendable infantry thrown at problems until problems cease through sheer attrition. Casualty rates that would have resulted in courts-martial during the Great Crusade, now considered acceptable or even necessary. Officers send waves of troops against fortifications that cannot be breached, accept losses measured in millions because human life is the most renewable resource available, and tactical creativity requires initiative that institutional culture actively discourages. The Space Marines, he remembers, operated as his father's finest, gene-forged warriors who combine physical superiority with tactical excellence and scholarly discipline. Warrior philosophers who understood that violence served strategy rather than constituting strategy itself. The current Space Marines are warrior monks, religious orders who fight with skill, but often lack understanding of why they fight beyond duty and honor and service to God Emperor. They maintain competence through institutional tradition and careful training, but the intellectual rigor that characterized the legions has eroded into rote procedure, punctuated by occasional exceptional individuals. The Adeptus Mechanicus, he remembers, was problematic but functional. Tech priests whose reluctance to innovate was balanced by deep understanding of existing technology, whose religious observations were concerning but did not prevent maintenance of critical infrastructure. The current Mechanicus is cargo cult made institutional, priests who perform rituals without understanding their technical function, who maintain machinery through prayer rather than engineering, who burned so many heretics for innovation that innovation became extinct. They worship the Omnissiah with fervor that overrides rational thought, seek knowledge as religious observance rather than practical utility, divide technology into categories of acceptable and heretical based on criteria that seem arbitrary to external observation. The administratum he remembers was efficient bureaucracy, perhaps overly fond of documentation, but generally effective at coordinating governance across the Imperium's vast distances. The current administratum is nightmare of its own making. Layers upon layers of redundant administration that exist primarily to justify their own existence. Forms requiring signatures from officials who died centuries ago. Regulations that contradict themselves with such regularity that compliance and violation become indistinguishable. Worlds fall off records, forgotten until they stop paying tithes or their astropathic choir goes silent. Their populations suffering unnoticed because somewhere a clerk filed their documentation incorrectly. The Inquisition did not exist in his time, having been founded after the heresy as emergency measure to prevent future corruption. What he learns of its current operation fills him with complicated horror. Some inquisitors are heroes, brilliant investigators who save billions through careful work and targeted intervention. But others are monsters, zealots who burn worlds on suspicion, who torture innocents into confessions that mean nothing, who wield unlimited authority without accountability beyond their personal judgment. The organization has become state within state, operating above imperial law, answerable to no authority except its own internal structure, and threading through every institution, every level of governance, every aspect of imperial society. The ecclesiarchy spreads its influence like cancer that has metastasized beyond any possibility of surgical removal. They own entire systems, their wealth exceeding planetary governments, their fleets rivaling naval assets. They teach that suffering is holy, that pain is prayer, that death in the Emperor's name is the highest calling. Billions believe them because what else is there to believe when the galaxy offers only war and priests promise that suffering has meaning beyond mere endurance? Guilliman listens to all this with expression that shifts from disbelief to horror to something colder and harder, expression suggesting he is calculating how much can be salvaged from institutional collapse, this complete. His questions become more pointed as briefing continues, probing for understanding of how these changes occurred, who authorized them, whether any opposition existed to transformations that violated the Emperor's explicit instructions. The answers he receives make clear that the decline was gradual, that each step seemed necessary at the time. The 10,000 years of constant war against existences that wished to erase humanity created pressures that bent every principle until breaking became inevitable. The weight settles on his shoulders visibly, this understanding that he has awakened not to Imperium he helped build, but to its corpse, animated by desperate necessity. Systems designed for temporary crisis, now calcified into permanent dysfunction. Dream of enlightened humanity transformed into nightmare of theocratic tyranny. He has returned to find his father's vision, betrayed not through malice but through incompetence and fear and grinding weight of time. Everything they fought for abandoned in favor of survival at any cost. The cost including their very identity as rational beings. He does not weep. Primarchs do not weep, at least not where others can see. Not when strength is required to prevent total collapse. But something dies in his expression, some hope or expectation, or belief that perhaps the galaxy could be better than it was, that humanity might yet achieve the destiny his father envisioned. That hope dies, looking at strategic displays showing worlds burning, receiving reports of institutional dysfunction so complete it borders on parody, understanding that the Imperium is already lost and has been lost for millennia, that he is awakened not to salvation but to slow apocalypse that requires delaying rather than preventing. The work begins regardless, because work is what he knows, what he was created for, what provides purpose when hope proves insufficient. He issues orders reorganizing Ultramar's defenses, his commands establishing protocols that will remain effective even after he departs for broader campaigns that clearly await. He meets with chapter masters and planetary governors, explains expectations regarding competent governance and military professionalism, makes clear that Ultramar will return to standards appropriate to civilization, rather than continuing to accept barbarism as inevitable. Some listen with understanding, grateful for guidance that provides alternative to despair. Others listen with fear, recognizing that his return means their comfortable corruptions will end one way or another. But underneath the activity, beneath the familiar comfort of tactical problem solving and administrative reform, the horror continues growing. Roboute Guilliman has awakened to discover that his father's dream is dead, that the Imperium he loved has rotted into something he barely recognizes, that 10,000 years of his absence has allowed humanity to descend into the very barbarism the Great Crusade fought to prevent. He is not angry, not yet, perhaps not ever, in simple sense. He is devastated. He is crushed under weight of failure that is not his own, but feels like his responsibility regardless. And he is determined, with determination born of understanding, that despite everything, despite the comprehensive betrayal of every principle he holds sacred, humanity still needs defending, because the alternative is extinction, and extinction serves no one except the galaxy's many enemies. The Avenging Son has returned, but what he has returned to is darker, more broken, more fundamentally wrong than any nightmare he experienced during 10,000 years of frozen half-death. The galaxy has not been waiting for his return. It has been suffering without knowing that suffering was not inevitable, that alternatives existed, that the Emperor's vision offered something better than endless war and grinding sacrifice. And now Guilliman must decide what to do with this knowledge, with this horror, with the understanding that he cannot fix what has broken so completely, but perhaps, can prevent further descent into darkness that waits to swallow everything humanity has built. The journey to Terra takes weeks that feel like months, each day bringing fresh reports of disasters unfolding across the segmentum, each night spent reviewing documentation that reveals new depths to the Imperium's decay. Guilliman travels aboard the Macrege's Honor, his flagship restored and upgraded with systems that combine ancient reliability with modern capabilities, its corridors filled with warriors who watch their Primarch with a mixture of devotion and uncertainty. They do not know what to make of him, this legend made flesh who asks uncomfortable questions and seems dissatisfied with answers that have sustained them for generations. The warp journey itself proves enlightening in ways Guilliman finds deeply disturbing. The Astronomican's light, that psychic beacon which guides ships through the Imperium's madness, flickers more than he remembers. Its beam wavers, dims at intervals, creates navigational uncertainty that extends voyage duration beyond optimal calculations. The navigators speak of warp storms that have worsened in recent centuries, of currents that flowed differently than historical charts predict, of the great rift that has split the galaxy in half and made travel to the Imperium's eastern regions nearly impossible. He learns of the cicatrix maledictum during these conversations, that massive wound in reality stretching from the Eye of Terra to the eastern fringe, splitting the Imperium into Sanctus and Nihilus, millions of worlds cut off from Terra's light, isolated from central authority, abandoned to face galaxy's horrors alone. The scale of this disaster staggers him. Not a single system lost, but entire segmentums. Not temporary disruption, but permanent realignment of strategic landscape. Not problem that can be solved through conventional means, but fundamental change to galaxy structure. He spends hours in the ship's librarium, reading histories compiled across 10 millennia, trying to understand how descent happened, what warning signs were missed, whether any point existed where different choices might have prevented this comprehensive failure. The texts paint a picture of constant crisis, each generation facing existential threats that justified extreme measures, those measures becoming normalized until extremism itself became normal. The Horus heresy broke something fundamental in imperial culture, transformed paranoia from vice to virtue, made trust liability rather than strength. The War of the Beast devastated Terra itself, Xenos forces reaching the throne world, proving that even the Imperium's heart was vulnerable. The age of apostasy saw the ecclesiarchy attempt to usurp secular authority completely, requiring intervention from Space Marines to prevent theocratic coup. The plague of unbelief spread, corruption through entire sectors, requiring inquisitorial purges that killed billions to contain contamination. Each crisis reinforced lessons about vigilance and severity. Each disaster justified incremental increases in authoritarianism and religious fervor. The cumulative effect transforming the Imperium into something its founders would not recognize. Belisarius' call accompanies the voyage, his presence equal parts resource and annoyance. The Archmagos possesses knowledge accumulated across 10,000 years of research that sometimes violated Mechanicus doctrine, so severely it bordered on tech heresy. He speaks to Guilliman with familiarity that other tech priests would find shocking, treating the Primarch as colleague rather than semi-divine figure, offering observations and suggestions with directness that some might mistake for disrespect, but actually represents highest form of respect, treating him as rational being rather than object of worship. Cole briefs Guilliman on the Primaris Space Marine project during these conversations, explaining decade of work, maintaining genetic samples and perfecting enhancement procedures, creating warriors superior to original Astartes in virtually every measurable way. The project represents both salvation and complicated heresy, improvement upon the Emperor's design that suggests his work was imperfect, which challenges fundamental beliefs held by most of the Imperium. Cole justifies this through logic that Guilliman finds both compelling and concerning. The galaxy has grown more dangerous. Therefore, humanity's defenders must grow more capable, necessity overriding theological concerns about tampering with sacred designs. The Primaris Marines themselves travel in stasis throughout the fleet, thousands of them distributed across multiple ships, entire chapters worth of enhanced warriors ready for deployment. Guilliman reviews their specifications with mixture of pride and melancholy, recognizing his own gene seed, improved through Cole's genius, while mourning necessity that drove such improvements. His sons should not need to be better than they were. The galaxy should not have grown so terrible. that original Astartes prove insufficient, but should and are rarely align, and commanders must deal with reality rather than preference. Saint Celestine accompanies the voyage as well, her presence both comfort and reminder of everything wrong. She speaks to him during quiet moments, offering perspective that combines theological certainty with practical wisdom earned through centuries of warfare. She has died and returned repeatedly, experienced resurrection through means she attributes to the Emperor's will. Her very existence proof that the imperial cult's claims about divine power are not merely propaganda. Guilliman finds this profoundly disturbing, not because he doubts her experiences, but because they suggest the Emperor has changed in ways that fundamentally alter his nature. The Emperor, he remembers rejected worship explicitly, forbade religious thinking, insisted on rational materialism as foundation for human civilization. If that Emperor now performs miracles through saints, if he answers prayers and grants divine intervention, then he has either changed or was never what he claimed to be. Neither option provides comfort. Either his father has transformed into actual God through 10,000 years of psychic torment, becoming the deity he explicitly rejected being, or he was always manipulating humanity through lies that Guilliman helped spread. Both possibilities are forms of betrayal that cut deep. Inquisitor Greyfax provides different perspective, her pragmatism offering counterweight to Celestine's faith and Call's scientific enthusiasm. She has served the Imperium for over 2 centuries, witnessed its dysfunction at every level, knows intimately how systems meant to protect humanity often become tools of oppression and cruelty. Yet she continues serving because alternatives are worse, because chaos and xenos threaten humanity's existence, because someone must do the work, regardless of how unpleasant it becomes. Her cynicism is not despair, but recognition that perfection is impossible and adequacy must suffice. They discuss the Inquisition during long conversations in the ship's strategium, Greyfax explaining how the organization evolved from focused heretic hunting into sprawling network of independent operators who answer to no authority except their own judgment. She admits the problems this creates, acknowledges that some inquisitors are monsters who hide behind institutional authority to commit atrocities, recognizes that unlimited power corrupts even well-intentioned individuals. But she defends the necessity, argues that chaos corruption and Xenos infiltration require responses conventional authorities cannot provide, that some threats demand extraordinary measures, even when those measures sometimes prove worse than the threats they address. Guilliman listens to all these perspectives, absorbs information from sources that range from orthodox to heretical, tries to build comprehensive understanding of what the Imperium has become and why. The picture that emerges is one of slow institutional decay, accelerated by constant crisis, systems designed for temporary emergency calcified into permanent dysfunction, dream of enlightened secular federation transformed into theocratic nightmare that paradoxically might be only thing capable of holding humanity together. The tragedy is not that the Imperium became what it is, but that what it is might actually be necessary, given the galaxy's realities. Terra itself appears through the viewports like a legend made manifest. The throne world glows with life and industry, orbital rings supporting populations in the billions, defense platforms creating fortified sphere around the planet itself, ships arriving and departing in numbers that make traffic control a full-time occupation requiring entire bureaucracies. The scale of humanity's capital system staggers even Guilliman's understanding, his mind struggling to encompass the sheer density of human presence, the complexity of systems required to maintain this concentration of power and population and infrastructure. The palace covers most of a continent, its spires reaching into the atmosphere, its foundations descending kilometers into bedrock, its interior housing bureaucracies and institutions and sacred spaces beyond count. He passes through security checkpoints that involve gene scanning and psychic examination and verification from officials who require hours to authenticate his identity despite the obvious impossibility of forgery. The custodian guard meet him with ceremonial honor, their auramite armor gleaming in carefully positioned lighting, their guardian spears held at precise angles, their presence reminding him of when these warriors were merely guards rather than semi-mythical figures whose sightings generate religious fervor. Captain General Trajan Valoris leads him through corridors that have changed dramatically since Guilliman last walked them. Where once clean lines and functional design predominated, now Baroque ornamentation covers every surface. Statues of saints and angels replacing simple wall panels, ceiling frescoes depicting the emperor's divinity replacing plain structural elements. The palace has transformed from fortress and administrative center into cathedral, every space designed to inspire religious awe rather than merely function efficiently. Even the custodians have adopted more ceremonial aesthetic, their armor decorated with purity seals and devotional imagery that would have been inappropriate during the Great Crusade. Valoris briefs him on the Emperor's current state during their approach to the Sanctum Imperialis, his words choosing carefully to convey terrible truth without causing despair. The Master of Mankind sits entombed on the Golden Throne, sustained through technology and psychic will and daily sacrifice of psychers whose souls are consumed to maintain systems that should have failed millennia ago. 10,000 years of constant psychic projection have worn away much of what made the Emperor human, transformed him through suffering and necessity into something vast and terrible and barely comprehensible to mortal consciousness. The Adeptus Astronomica feeds him thousands of psychers daily, souls burned as fuel to sustain the Astronomicon that guides ships through warp. Without this sacrifice, Imperial travel becomes impossible. Communication falls to astropathic relay, which proves insufficient for coordinating responses to galaxy-wide threats. The Imperium fragments into isolated systems that fall piecemeal to Xenos and Chaos. The math is brutal but simple. Kill thousands daily to save billions, trade individual lives for species survival, accept moral horror as price of continued existence. Guilliman recognizes this logic because he has used similar logic himself. But scale involved here transcends anything he experienced during the Crusade. The Sanctum Imperialis itself is a massive chamber at the palace's heart, its entrance guarded by custodians who have stood watch for centuries, its interior filled with machinery that combines Dark Age technology with jury-rigged repairs accumulated across 10 millennia of desperate maintenance. The Golden Throne dominates the space, a structure part throne and part life support and part psychic amplifier, its systems wrapped around a being who can barely be called human anymore. Guilliman approaches with trepidation appropriate to meeting someone he has not seen in 10,000 years, someone who might blame him for every failure that occurred during his absence, someone whose judgment matters more than any other in the galaxy. The Emperor's psychic presence crashes into Guilliman's consciousness, like tidal wave of burning thought, communication happening at speeds and intensities that transcend language. In that moment of contact, the Primarch experiences everything. His father's disappointment that the Imperium became theocracy rather than remaining secular federation, his rage at humanity's descent into superstition and barbarism, his sorrow at what his sons have become through death and corruption and 10,000 years of warfare, his desperate hope that perhaps one son returning might salvage something from the comprehensive failure. But underlying all of it, Guilliman senses something worse, something that transforms disappointment into horror. The being on the golden throne is barely his father anymore, has been worn away through millennia of psychic torment into something that operates on scales beyond human comprehension, thinks in timelines measured in centuries, pursues objectives that sacrifice millions for strategic gains incomprehensible to mortal reasoning. The Emperor has become what the imperial cult claims he is, a god, or close enough to make distinction meaningless. And gods do not love their children the way fathers do. Gods use tools they created for purposes beyond their tools' understanding. The communication lasts seconds in objective time, feels like hours in subjective experience, ends with Guilliman expelled from the sanctum's inner chamber by psychic force that makes clear the Emperor has said everything he intends to say. The Primarch finds himself kneeling in outer corridor, his armor's systems reporting fluctuations in his vital signs that concern embedded monitoring equipment. Custodians regard him with expressions that might be sympathy if their faces were capable of showing such things. Warriors who have witnessed countless visitors exit the throne room shattered by audience with the Emperor, who understand that meeting gods is rarely pleasant even for demigods. Guilliman rises with difficulty, his enhanced physiology still recovering from psychic contact that pushed the boundaries of what even Primarchs can withstand. He does not speak of what he experienced, does not share the Emperor's communications, keeps the terrible revelations locked behind discipline that has sustained him through 10,000 years of frozen half-death. But something has broken in his expression, some final hope that perhaps his father remained the being Guilliman remembered. Perhaps the Emperor's vision survived intact despite everything that went wrong. That hope is dead, killed by direct contact with what the Emperor has become, replaced by understanding that salvation is not coming from Terra, that the Primarch stands alone in his determination to salvage anything from the wreckage. He leaves the sanctum with purpose, hardened into determination that borders on obsession. If the Emperor has become something beyond human caring, if the being on the golden throne pursues objectives that treat individual lives as expendable statistics in calculations spanning millennia, then someone must care about the humans who suffer and die in service to plans they cannot understand. Someone must remember that the Imperium exists to serve humanity rather than vice versa, must fight to preserve not just species survival, but the qualities that make survival meaningful. And if that someone must be Roboute Guilliman, acting alone against institutional momentum 10,000 years strong, so be it. The weight settling on his shoulders is not just strategic burden of commanding the Imperium's military response to unprecedented crisis. It is moral burden of standing against everything the Imperium has become, of representing values abandoned by institutions that forgot why they existed, of caring about the individual humans whose lives the system casually discards in pursuit of objectives that serve the system itself rather than the people. it ostensibly protects. He is a Lord Commander now, appointed by custodians acting as the Emperor's voice, granted authority exceeded only by the Master of mankind himself. But authority means nothing if he cannot use it to make things better, and better seems like distant dream when standing at the heart of the galaxy's largest disaster. He departs Terra aboard the Macragge's Honor, with fleet assembled to carry war to enemies threatening the Imperium from every direction. The Indomitus Crusade will launch from solar system itself, will carry Primaris reinforcements to chapters fighting desperate battles across the galaxy, will attempt to restore some semblance of order to realms where chaos has become normal condition. The task is impossible, the resources insufficient, the timeline compressing toward catastrophe with every report of new disasters erupting faster than response can deploy. But impossible has never stopped Roboute Guilliman before, has merely made victory more satisfying when achieved through determination that refuses to accept defeat as inevitable. Behind him, Terra continues its grinding daily horror. Thousands of psychers dying to sustain the Astronomicon, billions laboring in conditions that violate every principle of human dignity, the Imperium's heart demonstrating all the ways the dream has rotted into nightmare. And Guilliman carries knowledge of it all, understanding of just how broken everything has become, determination to fix what can be fixed and prevent further decay toward extinction. The galaxy burns, the Imperium fails, and when returned, Primarch prepares to attempt the impossible, because the alternative is allowing humanity to slide into darkness that waits to swallow all light. The fleet that departs Terra dwarfs anything assembled since the Great Crusade's height. Hundreds of warships forming battle groups designed to operate independently across vast distances, each one carrying forces sufficient to reclaim systems from chaos or Xenos occupation. Fleet Primus stands as largest formation, commanded personally by Guilliman from the Macragge's Honor. Its holds packed with Primaris Space Marines and supporting elements, its strategic reserves sufficient to sustain operations for years without resupply. Behind it, numbered fleets spread throughout the Imperium Sanctus, each one assigned objectives reflecting the comprehensive disaster that has become normal condition. Belisarius Call presents the Primaris Marines with pride barely contained beneath tech priest formality, his mechadendrites gesturing towards stasis pods arranged in rows that seem endless, each one containing a gene-forged warrior who stands taller than original Astartes, whose additional organs grant capabilities designed to address deficiencies Call identified through 10,000 years of careful study. They represent improvement upon the Emperor's design, that most fundamental heresy, technology that suggests the master of mankind's work was imperfect despite official doctrine, declaring his creations beyond improvement. Guilliman reviews the specifications with complicated emotions, recognizing his own gene seed, refined through Call's genius, while understanding the necessity that drove such refinement. The Primaris project involves 3 additional organs beyond the original 19, modifications to existing organs that enhance their function, skeletal reinforcement that allows these warriors to withstand impacts that would pulverize regular Astartes. Their armor is more advanced, their weapons more powerful, their training more comprehensive despite being theoretical rather than earned through actual combat experience. On paper, they are superior to their brothers in virtually every measurable way. The integration process begins with careful planning, that reflects Guilliman's understanding of how institutional cultures react to change they did not choose. Some chapters will embrace the Primaris reinforcements enthusiastically, grateful for enhanced capabilities in wars they have been losing. Others will resist, seeing the newcomers as usurpers despite genetic heritage proving they are brothers, suspicious of warriors who claim Space Marine status without having endured the traditional trials that forge recruits into Astartes. The key is presenting Primaris as reinforcement rather than replacement, as brothers rather than improved versions that implicitly criticize original design. The Ultramarines receive their Primaris contingent first, serving as test case for integration protocols that will be replicated across the galaxy. Marneus Calgar and the chapter's leadership approach the situation with characteristic pragmatism, recognizing that refusing enhancement would be illogical when enhancement demonstrably improves combat effectiveness. They organize training exercises that pair Primaris with veteran Ultramarines, creating opportunities for both groups to learn from each other, building camaraderie through shared experience rather than trying to force acceptance through authority alone. The results prove encouraging, though not without friction. Some Primaris demonstrate arrogance about their enhanced capabilities, speak dismissively of original Astartes as inferior models that will soon be obsolete. Some veterans resent newcomers who have not earned their colors through decades of service, who claim brotherhood without having bled alongside companies whose traditions stretch back millennia. But overall, the integration proceeds more smoothly than pessimists predicted, both groups recognizing that shared enemies matter more than internal status competitions, that fighting wars that threaten humanity's extinction leaves little energy for petty rivalries. Guilliman watches these dynamics with interest that reflects both personal investment and strategic calculation. The Primaris represent not just enhanced warriors, but new beginning, chapter membership without 10,000 years of accumulated baggage, Space Marines who can be taught proper doctrines before corrupted traditions take root. Their opportunity to restore some of what has been lost, to create warriors who understand they serve humanity rather than humanity serving them, to build forces that combine martial excellence with intellectual rigor that characterize legions before institutional decay replace thinking with routine. He meets with Primaris squads personally during Fleet's journey to initial objectives, his presence causing reactions that range from awe to nervous tension. These warriors have spent their entire existence in stasis or training, never expected to meet the Primarch whose gene seed they carry, whose reputation they know through histories that have transformed man into legend. He speaks to them about duty and purpose, explains that being Space Marine means more than superior combat effectiveness, emphasizes that they exist to protect humanity rather than rule it, that violence serves strategy rather than constituting virtue in itself. The speeches are necessary because the Primaris lack the institutional memory that grounds regular Astartes, have no company traditions or chapter culture to provide context beyond what instructors taught during accelerated training programs. They are blank slates in ways both promising and concerning, warriors who can be shaped toward any purpose depending on guidance they receive. Guilliman intends the guidance to emphasize service and humility and understanding that being powerful does not grant right to dominate those weaker. That strength imposes obligations rather than conferring privileges. Some listen with understanding that suggests they grasp the implications beyond surface meaning. Others hear only the words missing subtext about how the Imperium has failed by forgetting these principles, how institutions meant to protect humanity have become oppressors in their own right, how Space Marines themselves sometimes forget they exist to serve rather than rule. The variation reflects different individuals' capacity for philosophical thinking, not all warriors being equally capable of abstract reasoning regardless of enhanced intelligence. Guilliman makes note of which squads demonstrate comprehension versus which require more instruction. Tags certain Primaris for leadership development based on how they respond to concepts beyond tactical doctrines. The weapon systems accompanying Primaris forces represent another area where Carl's 10,000 years of research produced results that border on miraculous. The bolt rifle improves upon the standard bolt gun through extended range and improved accuracy without sacrificing stopping power that makes bolt guns effective against armored opponents. The plasma incinerator offers more reliable performance than plasma guns, notorious for catastrophic overheating. Its improved cooling systems reducing risk that gunner incinerates himself before achieving useful effect. The assault bolters and stalker bolt rifles provide specialized variants for different tactical situations, creating flexibility that allows squads to adapt to circumstances rather than being locked into single operational mode. But beyond weapons and armor, beyond enhanced organs and superior training, the true value of Primaris Marines lies in their numbers. Call has been manufacturing them for 10,000 years, entire chapters worth of warriors who can be deployed to fronts where existing forces have been ground down by attrition warfare that has no end. The Blood Angels receive Primaris who might help dilute the black rage that has plagued them since Sanguinius's death. The Space Wolves get reinforcements despite their divergent gene seed making compatible Primaris production, technically challenging. Even chapters previously reduced to scattered survivors suddenly find themselves reinforced to strength approaching full combat effectiveness. The political implications of this distribution complicate Guilliman's calculations about how to proceed. By providing Primaris Marines, he makes chapters dependent on his continued support, creates power dynamic where he controls access to resources that determine their survival. Some chapter masters resent this dependency, see it as threat to autonomy that Space Marines have guarded jealously since the second founding scattered the legions into smaller formations. Others welcome the support regardless of strings attached, too desperate for reinforcement to worry about long-term implications of accepting assistance that comes with expectations about loyalty and cooperation. Guilliman navigates these complications with political skill earned through 10,000 years of governing Ultramar before his wounding. He presents Primaris as gift rather than leverage, frames distribution as repaying debt owed to chapters that defended the Imperium during his absence, rather than as favor that requires repayment. He emphasizes that Primaris remain part of their new chapters completely, that his authority over them extends only as far as his authority over all Space Marines in his capacity as Lord Commander, that he has no intention of using them as internal enforcement mechanism to compel chapter compliance with his directives. Not everyone believes these assurances, which is reasonable given how power actually works when concentrated in single individuals' hands. But most chapter masters accept the Primaris reinforcements regardless of concerns. pragmatism overriding paranoia when the alternative is continuing to fight, losing battles with insufficient forces. The galaxy burns too hot to refuse help based on suspicion about helpers' motives. Existential threats taking precedence over internal political maneuvering when existential means exactly what the word suggests. The Indomitus Crusade's strategic design reflects Guilliman's understanding that problems the Imperium faces cannot be solved through military victory alone, that even reconquering every lost world would leave underlying institutional dysfunction intact. The Crusade serves multiple purposes simultaneously: military campaign to reclaim territory, logistical operation to distribute Primaris reinforcements, political mission to reassert central authority over regions that have drifted toward independence during millennia without effective oversight, ideological push to restore some fragment of the Great Crusade's original vision before that vision is forgotten completely. Each fleet carries not just warriors, but administrators, tech priests, representatives from Adeptus Terra, institutions who can help rebuild governance structures on reclaimed worlds. Guilliman has included detailed instructions about how planets should be organized, what tax rates are acceptable, how resources should be allocated between military and civilian needs, what rights populations retain regardless of strategic necessity. These instructions represent codification of principles he has always believed should govern imperial administration, standards he enforced in Ultramar that produce civilization rather than mere survival at subsistence level. The response from existing imperial authorities ranges from gratitude to horror, depending on whose authority is being challenged. Planetary governors who have ruled as tyrants discover their abuses documented and their removal ordered, their protests that they were merely following local custom dismissed with prejudice. Inquisitors accustomed to operating without oversight suddenly find their methods questioned and their excesses curtailed by Primarch, who has authority to do so and will to exercise it. Ecclesiarchs whose wealth came from exploitation discover that religious institutions are not exempt from standards about corruption and abuse. That claiming divine mandate does not actually excuse theft and murder dressed in rituals clothing. Guilliman knows these reforms will generate resistance, understands that institutions rarely surrender power voluntarily, regardless of what justice demands. He plans accordingly, positions forces to address expected friction, prepares to spend political capital he has accumulated through successful military campaigns to force administrative changes that military victory alone cannot achieve. The Imperium will not be fixed through war alone. It requires reform that attacks the rotted structures, allowing suffering to continue unchecked. And if reform requires treating some Imperial officials as enemies in all but name, so be it. The Primaris Marines themselves represent hope for this broader transformation. Warriors who might remember that they exist to serve rather than rule, who might model behavior that differs from Space Marines who have forgotten their purpose beyond fighting. They are not perfect. No one is perfect, especially not warriors created for war who have known nothing except preparing for combat. But they are uncorrupted by 10,000 years of institutional decay, unencumbered by chapter traditions that have calcified into parodies of their original purposes, ready to be shaped toward ideals that seem hopelessly naive to veterans who have survived this long by abandoning idealism in favor of ruthless pragmatism. Whether this hope will be fulfilled or proves just another disappointment in long series of failures remains uncertain. The galaxy has a way of grinding down idealism, of transforming noble intentions into compromised realities through pressure of necessity and passage of time. But Roboute Guilliman has returned to an Imperium that desperately needs hope, even if hope proves false, needs someone willing to stand for principles that others have abandoned as impractical, needs reminder that humanity once aspired to more than mere survival, purchased through endless sacrifice. The Primaris represent that hope made flesh, warriors who might be different from their predecessors, and sometimes might is sufficient reason to try. The bloated vessels emerge from the warp like tumors metastasizing into real space, their hulls wrapped in corrupted flesh that pulses with obscene life, their holds carrying horrors that should not exist in rational universe. The Death Guard has come to Ultramar, Mortarion's legion returning to torment the realm of Roboute Guilliman, in what both sides recognize as deeply personal conflict. This is not random raid or strategic operation divorced from emotion. This is revenge delayed by millennia, but not diminished. Brother against brother, with hatred refined through 10,000 years of festering resentment. Mortarion himself leads the assault, the Pale King riding in his flagship Terminus Est, surrounded by warriors who have served him since before the heresy, whose armor carries stains from 10,000 years of campaigning in service to gods that barely acknowledge their existence. He has become something terrible during his long descent into Nurgle's embrace, wings spreading from his back in violation of natural proportions, scythe silence cutting through reality itself, his presence alone spreading corruption that withers flesh and breaks spirits. He is demon Primarch now, transcended mortality through transformation that cost everything, including self-recognition. The assault begins at Eak's garden world, whose beauty has made it legendary throughout Ultramar, whose populations have lived for generations without experiencing war directly, whose agricultural output feeds dozen neighboring systems. The Death Guard falls upon it like plague locust swarm, drop pods disgorging plague marines who spread corruption through proximity alone, their bodies hosting diseases that evolve faster than immune systems can adapt, their weapons firing rounds that carry infections worse than the wounds they create. Gardens wither to rot within hours. Populations succumb to plagues that turn flesh to slurry, while victims remain conscious to experience their own dissolution. Guilliman responds with full chapter deployments and guard regiments drawn from across Ultramar, his forces establishing quarantine zones and purging infected populations with flamer and virus bomb. Their actions brutal because anything less allows corruption to spread beyond containment. He hates this necessity, hates ordering extermination of civilians who committed no crime except living in wrong place when Death Guard arrived, hates the math that trades millions of lives now to prevent billions of deaths later. But hate changes nothing. The math remains unaffected by his feelings about it, and commanders who refuse to do what is necessary fail at commanding. The battles sprawl across Ajax's surface with horror that transcends conventional warfare. Plague Marines march through barrage fire that would shred normal infantry, their corrupted bodies absorbing damage that should be lethal, reanimating after suffering wounds that would end any rational organism. They laugh while dying, their vocalizations carrying harmonics that suggest amusement at mortality's futility, their resurrection through Nurgle's power making death temporary inconvenience rather than final consequence. Ultramarines discover that conventional tactics prove insufficient against enemies who do not fear death, because death means nothing to them. Guilliman himself takes field against Mortarion in battle. That shakes Ajax's crust. Primarch against Primarch in duel that echoes their relationship's entire history. They fought side by side during Great Crusade, not friends but brothers who respected each other's competence despite profoundly different approaches to warfare and governance. Mortarion always resented what he perceived as Guilliman's arrogance, the younger brother's certainty that his way was correct way, that rational organization could solve any problem through sufficient analysis and proper procedure. That resentment has curdled into hatred through millennia of nursing grievances that nothing can redress. The Emperor's sword burns with golden fire in Guilliman's grip, its blade cutting through corrupted flesh with ease that suggests divine power channeled through mortal vessel. Each strike purges corruption, driving back the plague that has consumed Mortarion's body, forcing demon essence to retreat before assault that threatens true death rather than merely temporary banishment. But Mortarion's scythe silence carries its own power edges that sever more than flesh, that cut at souls and sever connections between body and spirit, that inflict wounds transcending physical damage. They trade blows that could shatter cities, their movements creating shockwaves that flatten structures kilometers distant, their battle carving wound into Ajax's surface that will remain visible for millennia, a scar tissue reminder of when brothers fought while world burned around them. Guilliman fights with tactical genius refined through 10,000 years of practice, made suddenly relevant again. Each strike plays optimally to exploit openings Mortarion's transformed body creates, each defense calculated to preserve energy for counter-strikes that matter. But Mortarion fights with fury of 10,000 years nursing resentments, his blows carrying weight of every slight remembered and magnified through lens of bitterness. The duel ends inconclusively, neither Primarch achieving decisive advantage, both withdrawing when it becomes clear that continuation risks genuinely catastrophic injury that even their enhanced healing cannot repair. Mortarion retreats with promise of return, his threats carrying conviction that suggests this war will continue until one of them dies permanently or the galaxy itself ends. Guilliman watches his brother depart with complicated emotions, mourning what Mortarion has become, while understanding that the being wearing his brother's face is no longer brother in any meaningful sense. The corruption has replaced personality with something that merely remembers being Mortarion without retaining the qualities that made him worth remembering. Ajax falls despite everything, its population reduced to plague-ridden remnants who must be mercy-killed because no cure exists for corruption. This advanced, its surface contaminated beyond any realistic possibility of decontamination. Its strategic value lost, along with the lives that depended on its continued function. Guilliman orders cyclonic torpedoes deployed against population centers where Death Guard have established permanent bases, accepts necessity of destroying the world to deny it to enemies who would use it as staging ground for further assaults into Ultramar's heart. The decision weighs on him with heaviness that transcends strategic calculation. Ajax was beautiful, its gardens legendary, its people innocent except for being in wrong place when war arrived. Now it is dead or dying, its future measured in cleanup operations that will take centuries if they succeed at all. Its legacy transformation into warning about what happens when chaos comes calling. He has killed worlds before during Great Crusade, authorized exterminatus against planets, too corrupted to salvage, made peace with moral weight of decisions that trade present lives for future security. But peace and acceptance are not the same. He accepts necessity without making peace with it, carries the weight without pretending it is not weight. The plague wars spread across Ultramar like infection jumping between hosts, new outbreaks appearing on worlds previously considered secure, Death Guard fleets emerging from warp space in locations that suggest sophisticated intelligence about Ultramar's defensive networks. Guilliman realizes that Mortarion possesses information he should not have, that someone or something is providing the daemon, Primarch, with strategic intelligence that allows him to target vulnerabilities rather than merely attacking at random. Traitors remain within Ultramar itself, servants of chaos embedded in positions where they can observe and report, their betrayal enabling Mortarion's campaign against their own civilization. The hunt for these traitors becomes priority that consumes significant resources, inquisitorial teams sweeping through administrative hierarchies and military structures, their interrogations brutal because time spent being gentle is time corruption spreads unchecked. Some suspects are innocent, their only crime being insufficiently paranoid about information security, dying under interrogation that assumes guilt until proven otherwise. Some are guilty, their confessions extracted through methods that make Guilliman deeply uncomfortable, despite understanding their necessity. Their executions public to demonstrate that betrayal carries consequences visible enough to discourage imitators. The military campaigns themselves demonstrate Death Guard's evolution during 10,000 years in the eye of Terra. They fight with discipline. That seems paradoxical, given their corrupted nature. Coordinate assaults across multiple fronts with timing suggesting central command rather than independent warbands acting on opportunity. Mortarion has maintained control over his legion despite the decentralizing pressures that shattered other traitor forces into scattered warbands, his authority remaining absolute through combination of fear and shared purpose and understanding that Nurgle's favor flows through a hierarchy that respects strength but expects loyalty. Ultramarines adapt their tactics to address enemies who do not fear death and cannot be demoralized through casualties. They target support elements rather than frontline infantry, destroying logistics that even Death Guard requires despite their supernatural nature, cutting supply lines that bring ammunition and reinforcements forward. They employ maximum firepower at maximum range, avoiding close combat where Plague Marines' corruption can spread through proximity, accepting that enemies who cannot be broken must be destroyed through volume of fire that exceeds even their enhanced durability. The cost accumulates with arithmetic that makes administrators pale when they calculate reconstruction expenses. Entire cities reduced to rubble require decades to rebuild, their populations dead or evacuated to camps where overcrowding creates humanitarian disasters that approach warfare's horror without involving combat. Agricultural worlds have their topsoil scraped away and replaced with sterile substrate that must be enriched through decades of careful management before crops will grow again. Forge worlds have their factories destroyed to prevent their capture, their productive capacity eliminated deliberately because reclamation would provide enemies with resources worth more than the destruction costs. Guilliman coordinates the defense from command centers that move constantly to prevent Death Guard assassination attempts. His presence at any location making that location target for assault that treats collateral damage as acceptable cost. He issues orders that span entire subsectors, coordinates fleet movements and army deployments across distances that require weeks for communication to propagate, maintains strategic awareness of battlefield that covers light years despite fog of war that obscures details. His tactical genius, that quality that made him legendary during Great Crusade, demonstrates its continued relevance through campaigns that should overwhelm any mortal mind but merely task his enhanced cognition to comfortable capacity. Reinforcements arrive from across the Imperium in numbers that reflect Ultramar's strategic importance and Guilliman's personal authority. Other Space Marine chapters send companies or full battle groups, their presence representing significant commitment given that everyone fights desperate battles on multiple fronts. Astra Militarum regiments deploy from regions that can barely spare them, their soldiers dying in defense of worlds they have never heard of because orders came from Lord Commander, whose authority overrides local needs. Imperial Navy battle groups commit tonnage that leaves other sectors dangerously exposed, accepting risk because Ultramar's fall would constitute strategic disaster affecting the entire Imperium sanctus. But even these reinforcements prove barely sufficient to stalemate its situation that neither side can win decisively. Mortarion commits resources that suggest unlimited reserves, replacement plague marines arriving faster than casualties accumulate, demon engines manifesting through warp rifts that chaos sorcerers tear into reality with contemptuous ease. Guilliman's forces fight with discipline and courage that should overcome any opposition, their performance demonstrating everything that makes Space Marines the Imperium's finest warriors. Yet they gain ground only to lose it again when Death Guard counterattacks, reclaim territory at costs they accept without hesitation. The war settles into grinding attritional campaign that measures victories in kilometers reclaimed and defeats in populations lost, neither side capable of decisive breakthrough, both committed to continuation regardless of cost. Mortarion has eternity to prosecute his hatred, can withdraw to Eye of Terra when pressed too hard, and return when Guilliman's attention focuses elsewhere. Guilliman has the Imperium's resources, but also its countless other crises, cannot commit everything to Ultramar's defense when the galaxy burns in 1,000 other locations simultaneously. The math suggests this war will continue indefinitely. One more forever war, added to the countless others that have characterized the Imperium's 10,000 years of slow decay. And somewhere in the horror and futility, in the desperation of fighting brothers transformed into monsters, in the necessity of killing civilians to prevent their corruption, Roboute Guilliman understands with crystalline clarity that this is what the Imperium has become. Endless war that consumes everything, that transforms victory into merely postponement of defeat, that offers no possibility of true peace because peace would require addressing the underlying dysfunctions that make war inevitable. He fights because the alternative is surrender, because his nature does not permit accepting defeat while strength remains, because perhaps somewhere beyond this battle and the next and the 1,000 after, something worth preserving might survive. But hope feels increasingly like self-deception, and the weight of 10,000 years presses down with mass that should crush even Primarch's shoulders. Fleet Primus transitions from warp space above Connor with precision that speaks to navigator skill and Guilliman's tactical foresight in choosing emergence points. The system burns under assault from multiple enemies, orcs and chaos cultists fighting a three-way war that has reduced civilized worlds to hellscapes where civilians huddle in bunkers hoping that whoever wins will show mercy. None of the factions are famous for granting. The arrival of Primarch with reinforcements sufficient to turn the tide transforms desperation into something approaching hope, though hope comes wrapped in questions about what price will be demanded for salvation. Guilliman coordinates the liberation with efficiency that makes watching observers understand why his reputation for tactical excellence survived 10,000 years of institutional memory decay. He does not merely deploy forces at random, does not simply throw weight at problems and hope overwhelming power compensates for lack of strategy. Instead, he analyzes the situation with speed that seems impossible, identifies critical points where intervention will cascade into broader success, positions forces to exploit enemy weaknesses before enemies recognize those weaknesses exist. The campaign that should take months concludes in weeks, victories accumulating so quickly that administrators struggle to process reports that keep arriving with news of additional systems reclaimed. The Orc presence collapses first, greenskins redirecting their enthusiasm toward fighting whichever target offers best chance for satisfying violence, rather than pursuing strategic objectives that require discipline they lack. Guilliman exploits this predictability, positions his forces so that Orc warbands encounter Chaos cultists before encountering Ultramarines, allows enemies to weaken each other before committing to battles his forces must win. The tactic feels dishonorable to warriors trained to seek direct confrontation. But honor is luxury purchased with blood of allies who die unnecessarily, and Guilliman refuses to pay that price when cleverness offers cheaper alternatives. The Chaos cultists prove more challenging, their fanaticism making them unpredictable in ways that complicate tactical planning. They fight with abandon that transcends rational self-preservation, throw themselves at defensive positions they cannot breach because dying in service to their gods matters more than living to fight another day. Their forces include traitor Astartes elements, warbands from legions shattered during the heresy, but never truly destroyed, warriors who have spent 10,000 years nursing hatred for the Imperium that cast them out. These fights cost disproportionately, each Chaos Space Marine requiring concentrated fire from entire squads to put down permanently. Their experience and bitterness making them formidable opponents despite numerical disadvantages. Guilliman encounters Primaris Marines in combat situations during these operations, watches them perform under conditions that test all their training and enhanced capabilities. The results prove mixed in ways that provide valuable data about what works and what requires refinement. The Primaris excel in straightforward combat, their superior physical capabilities translating directly into battlefield effectiveness, their additional organs functioning as designed to grant advantages over regular Astartes. But they sometimes lack the subtle tactical flexibility the veterans developed through decades of actual combat, rely too heavily on doctrines memorized during training rather than adapting to battlefield realities that don't conform to theoretical scenarios. He adjusts tactical doctrines accordingly, issues updated guidance about how Primaris should be employed most effectively, pairs them with veterans who can provide the experiential knowledge that no amount of training simulations can replicate. The integration continues with generally positive results, despite friction that emerges when different combat philosophies collide. Some veteran sergeants complain that Primaris don't listen to advice, too confident in their enhanced capabilities to accept correction from warriors they privately consider obsolete models. Some Primaris complain that veterans cling to outdated methods, refuse to adapt to tactics that leverage new capabilities the Primaris bring to battlefield. Guilliman addresses these tensions through direct intervention when necessary. His presence and authority sufficient to override petty disputes that might otherwise fester into serious problems. He emphasizes to both groups that differences in capability matter less than unity of purpose, that internal status competitions serve no one except enemies who benefit from any discord weakening Imperial forces. The message resonates with warriors who respect strength and recognize that Primarch speaking directly to them represents honor few will experience, even if that honor comes wrapped in criticism about their behavior. The liberation of Konor brings Guilliman face to face with realities of Imperial governance that make him question whether liberation accurately describes what he has accomplished. The existing planetary administration consists of corrupt officials who extracted bribes and taxes in equal measure, maintained power through combination of loyal enforcers and careful calibration of how much suffering populations would endure before rebelling. These administrators welcome Guilliman's arrival with carefully rehearsed expressions of gratitude, claim they maintained loyalty despite impossible circumstances, suggest that recognition of their service might take forms, including confirmation of their current positions. Guilliman reviews documentation about how these officials governed during the crisis, reads testimony from survivors who describe beatings and extortion and casual cruelties inflicted by those who were supposed to protect them. His judgment comes with swiftness that leaves no room for appeal or mitigation. The administrators are removed from office, many arrested for crimes that include corruption, extortion, and abandonment of duty. The replacements come from Ultramar, experienced governors who understand that their purpose is serving populations rather than extracting maximum resources before moving to next assignment. The existing officials protest that they followed standard Imperial procedures, that their actions conform to accepted norms throughout the broader Imperium, that they are being punished for doing what everyone does. These protests reveal more about the Imperium's decay than any formal report could, demonstrate how corruption has become so normalized that those practicing it genuinely believe they have committed no wrong. Guilliman's response is uncompromising. Standard procedure is not excuse for abuse when standard procedure itself is corrupt. Conformity to broken systems is not virtue. Everyone doing something wrong does not make it right. News of these purges spreads across the subsector with speed that suggests Astropathic Network is more interested in gossip than military intelligence. Other planetary governors begin questioning whether the Primarch's return is entirely positive development from their perspective, whether perhaps being conquered by orcs or chaos might be preferable to administration by someone who actually cares about how they govern. Some attempt to present better face to inspectors they know are coming. Others dig in their heels and prepare to defend their positions through whatever means necessary, correctly recognizing that Guilliman's reforms threaten their power and wealth in ways that no external enemy ever could. The broader Indomitus Crusade continues expanding across the Imperium Sanctus, numbered fleets deploying to sectors that have been burning since the Great Rift's opening, their arrival bringing reinforcement that transforms losing battles into contests where victory becomes possible. Fleet Secundus reclaims Armageddon from orc invasions that have plagued the Forge world for centuries. Their deployment of Primaris reinforcements and modern equipment, allowing defenders to push greenskins back into ash wastes, where they can be contained, if not eliminated. Fleet Tertius shores up the Cadian Gate's remnants, establishes new defensive lines on worlds that have become the Imperium's forward positions now that Cadia itself is gone, their presence preventing further chaos expansion into regions already devastated by the 13th Black Crusade. Fleet Quartus ventures into the eastern fringe, attempting to establish contact with regions cut off by warp storms and tyrannid incursions, their journey taking them through space where reality itself becomes questionable and navigation requires more luck than skill. They report encountering tow expeditions, the Xeni's empire expanding into power vacuum created by the Imperium's recent crises, their forces claiming worlds that have lost contact with Terra and don't realize they should resist integration into the greater good. The commanders request guidance about whether these worlds should be immediately reclaimed or whether tow occupation might be temporarily acceptable, given that at least they're not chaos or tyrannids. The question reflecting pragmatism that would have seemed unthinkable during Great Crusade, but now represents basic strategic calculus. Guilliman issues orders that reflect his complicated understanding of threats the Imperium faces. Priority goes to combating chaos, which poses existential threat not just to the Imperium, but to humanity itself. Corruption spreading through proximity and thought rather than requiring military conquest. Second priority addresses tyrannids, because the hive fleets will consume everything if not stopped. Their biomass-based economy making every world they devour into resource feeding their expansion. Orcs receive attention proportional to the threat they pose, which ranges from existential in some sectors to manageable nuisance in others. And tow, despite being Xenos deserving eventual eradication, are allowed to persist in regions where Imperial forces cannot immediately deploy, because pragmatism demands prioritizing threats based on immediacy rather than ideological purity. These prioritization decisions generate controversy within Imperial institutions that have spent 10,000 years teaching that all Xenos are equal threats requiring immediate elimination. The Ecclesiarchy condemns Guilliman's pragmatism as heretical compromise with forces of darkness, their sermons increasingly strident in suggesting that Primarch who cooperates with Xenos, the Inari alliance being common knowledge despite official attempts at secrecy, perhaps should not be trusted with absolute military authority. The Inquisition splits along existing philosophical fault lines, Puritan factions demanding immediate action against any Xenos presence, while radical factions argue that sometimes survival requires accepting help from unexpected sources. Guilliman ignores most of this criticism, having learned during 10,000 years governing Ultramar that making everyone happy is impossible, and attempting to do so guarantees making no one happy. He focuses on results rather than approval, measures success in territories reclaimed and populations saved, rather than in theological endorsements from institutions whose priorities sometimes seem designed to ensure maximum suffering. But he cannot completely ignore the brewing resistance, cannot pretend that portions of the Imperium's power structure would prefer he had remained in stasis, where he couldn't interfere with systems that have achieved comfortable equilibrium through 10 millennia of careful corruption. The military victories accumulate with satisfying regularity, each new campaign adding systems to the reclaimed column, each successful operation demonstrating the coordinated strategy and proper resource allocation can achieve what desperate defensive actions cannot. But underneath the tactical successes, Guilliman recognizes that military victory alone changes nothing structural, that reclaiming worlds from enemy occupation merely returns them to the dysfunctional imperial governance that made them vulnerable to conquest in first place. Winning wars while losing the peace represents ultimate futility, expending blood and treasure to preserve systems that guarantee future disasters requiring additional blood and treasure. This understanding drives his parallel efforts at administrative reform, attempts to restructure how reclaimed worlds are governed to prevent the immediate descent into corruption and abuse that characterize their pre-conquest states. He issues directives about tax rates that should not be exceeded, about what rights populations retain regardless of strategic necessity, about how resources should be allocated between military and civilian needs to ensure that civilizations can actually function rather than merely surviving at subsistence level while supporting military infrastructure. These reforms represent codification of principles he has always believed should govern imperial administration, standards he enforced in Ultramar that produced civilization rather than barbarism. The resistance to these reforms exceeds anything military opponents have managed, institutional inertia and entrenched interest combining to create opposition that cannot be eliminated through force of arms. Planetary governors who have ruled as tyrants discover their abuses documented and their removal ordered, their protests that they were merely following standard imperial procedure dismissed with prejudice that sometimes seems personal. Administratum officials who have profited from corruption suddenly face audits and oversight. Their carefully constructed systems of kickbacks and bribes exposed to scrutiny they were designed to evade. Inquisitors, accustomed to operating without oversight, find their methods questioned and their excesses curtailed by Primarch, who has authority to challenge them and will to do so. The conflict between military necessity and political reform creates constant tension in Guilliman's strategic planning. He cannot be everywhere simultaneously, must choose between personally commanding critical military operations and personally overseeing administrative restructuring, both tasks requiring his attention, but neither allowing division of his focus without compromising results. He delegates where possible, but delegation requires trust in subordinates whose competence ranges from excellent to barely adequate, whose loyalty ranges from absolute to performative, whose understanding of his broader objectives ranges from genuine comprehension to surface compliance that disappears once his direct oversight ends. The weight accumulates with each decision, each compromise, each recognition that perfection is impossible and adequacy must suffice. Guilliman has returned to discover that the galaxy is more broken than he imagined, that the Imperium's problems run deeper than military defeat or strategic disadvantage, that fixing what has rotted over 10,000 years will require more than just winning battles against external enemies. The work, is endless, the resources insufficient, the opposition entrenched, the timeline compressing toward catastrophe. And yet he continues because the alternative is surrender. And surrender has never been an acceptable option, regardless of how appealing it sometimes seems when the weight becomes almost more than even Primarch's shoulders can bear. The world of Vigilus occupies strategic choke point at the Nachmund Gauntlet, one of few stable routes through the Great Rift, allowing travel between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus. Controlling Vigilus means controlling access to the galaxy's eastern regions, those territories cut off from Terra's light by the warp storm that has split reality itself. Losing Vigilus would sever the tenuous connection, maintaining nominal unity between the Imperium's halves, consigning millions of worlds to complete isolation from central authority. The strategic calculation is simple and brutal. Vigilus must be held regardless of cost, its defense prioritized above almost any other objective, its loss representing catastrophe that would fundamentally alter the strategic situation toward permanent Imperium fragmentation. Abaddon the Despoiler understands his calculation as well as any Imperial strategist, perhaps better given his 10,000 years of warfare against forces he knows intimately. The Black Legion arrives above Vigilus with fleet strength that suggests this represents major offensive rather than raid or diversion. Warships darkening void in numbers that make orbital defense platforms look inadequate despite their significant firepower. The War Master of Chaos has come personally to claim this prize, his determination to close the Nachman gauntlet matching the Imperium's determination to keep it open, the resulting battle promising to be one of the Crusade's defining moments. Marneus Calgar arrives ahead of the main fleet, his strike force deploying to Vigilus when initial intelligence suggested the threat was manageable with conventional reinforcement. The chapter master finds instead a nightmare of corruption and incompetence that has transformed what should be impregnable fortress world into vulnerable target whose defenses exist more on paper than in reality. Planetary Governor Lucien Agamemnus has governed through combination of political maneuvering and careful avoidance of anything resembling actual work. His administration riddled with officials whose primary qualification was willingness to pay bribes rather than demonstrate competence. The defensive networks that should protect Vigilus have not been maintained properly, their condition reflecting decades of deferred maintenance and diverted funds that disappeared into administrators' personal accounts rather than being spent on equipment upkeep. Void shields flicker unreliably, their generators running on components that should have been replaced centuries ago. Defense laser batteries point in directions determined by whatever gunners last used them, rather than being properly calibrated for overlapping fields of fire. Ammunition stockpiles contain shells whose propellant has degraded to the point where firing them would be more dangerous to gunners than targets. The fortifications look impressive until examined closely, at which point they reveal themselves as facades barely functional rather than actually capable of withstanding serious assault. Calgar imposes martial law with efficiency that suggests he has performed similar interventions before. His authority as Space Marine Chapter Master, overriding planetary governors' protests that proper procedures were not followed. The proper procedures are part of the problem, their complexity designed to prevent effective oversight rather than ensure good governance, their requirements creating opportunities for corruption at every level. Calgar cuts through the bureaucracy with orders that tolerate no debate, his willingness to execute officials who continue obstructing reform, sending message that compliance is non-negotiable, regardless of how things have always been done. The reforms happen faster than anyone thought possible. Martial law eliminating administrative barriers that normally prevent urgent action from occurring until situations become non-urgent through having already become catastrophic. Defense networks receive maintenance they should have received years ago, their systems brought to operational status through work that happens when consequences for failure include summary execution rather than merely stern memorandum. Food distribution that previously depended on bribes and connections becomes organized around need, eliminating artificial shortages that existed solely to create profit opportunities. Civilian populations initially fearful of Space Marine occupation discover that life under martial law is actually improvement over the corruption that preceded it, their needs addressed with efficiency that seems miraculous until recognized as merely competent administration. But even Calgar's reforms cannot fully prepare Vigilus for what arrives when Abaddon commits his forces completely. The Black Legion's assault comes from multiple directions simultaneously, their coordination suggesting careful planning and intimate knowledge of defensive networks that should be classified. Traitor Astartes deploy to identified weak points, their targeting demonstrating intelligence gathering that implies spies remain undetected despite Calgar's purges. Demon engines manifest through warp rifts torn into reality at locations chosen to maximize psychological impact on defending forces. Cultist armies surge forward in human waves, dying by the thousands, but buying time and space for more valuable assets to reach positions where they can inflict disproportionate damage. Calgar coordinates the defense with tactical skill that partially compensates for numerical disadvantage and corruption's legacy. He positions forces to control critical junctions, deploys reserves to counter breakthroughs before they can exploit their penetrations, personally leads counterattacks that restore situations threatening to collapse completely. His presence inspires defenders who desperately need inspiration. His example of personal courage under fire, demonstrating standards expected from everyone regardless of prior training or experience. The Ultramarines under his command perform with excellence that reminds observers why Space Marines are the Imperium's elite, their discipline and skill creating defensive performance that should be impossible given the odds they face. But the Black Legion has patience earned through 10,000 years of warfare, resources accumulated through centuries of raiding and corruption, determination born of absolute conviction that their cause is righteous despite serving gods of chaos. They press forward regardless of casualties, accept losses that would break other forces, demonstrate tactical flexibility that adapts to Calgar's counters faster than counters can be implemented. The siege settles into grinding attritional warfare, where both sides understand that victory will require outlasting opponent rather than achieving decisive breakthrough, where success means being last side with functioning forces rather than first side to achieve objectives. Guilliman receives reports of the situation on Vigilus with recognition that this battle will require personal intervention if the strategic choke point is to be held. He redirects Fleet Primus from operations that were making satisfying progress toward liberation of systems that suddenly matter less than preventing Vigilus's fall. The journey takes weeks that feel like months, each day bringing news of the situation deteriorating further. Calgar's reports growing increasingly urgent as his forces are ground down through constant combat that allows no relief or recovery. The Primarch's arrival transforms the battle in ways that transcend simple addition of reinforcement to defensive calculations. Guilliman brings not just Primaris Marines and Guard regiments and naval assets, but brings himself, his presence on battlefield, creating morale effects that cannot be quantified, but matter more than tonnage or firepower. Defenders who are contemplating whether retreat might be an acceptable option suddenly discover reserves of courage they did not know they possessed. Their determination to not disappoint their Primarch, overwhelming rational assessment of how badly the tactical situation has deteriorated. Abaddon recognizes the shift immediately, understands that Guilliman's presence changes calculations about whether Vigilus can be taken before reinforcement arrives in quantities that make continued assault prohibitively expensive. The War Master of Chaos commits forces he had been holding in reserve, throws everything at Vigilus in calculated gamble. That overwhelming assault will achieve breakthrough before the Primarch can fully deploy his forces. Demon Primarchs manifest to support the offensive, their presence warping reality itself, their power transcending anything mortal warriors can oppose through conventional means. The resulting battles achieve intensity that makes previous combat look like skirmishes by comparison. Guilliman and Abaddon clash directly in confrontation that neither can afford to lose. The Primarch's Emperor's sword, burning with golden fire that purges corruption. The War Master's talon of Horus crackling with energies that have claimed Primarchs. They fight with skill refined through millennia of warfare, neither giving quarter, both understanding that their personal combat matters less for its immediate result than for its impact on forces watching demigods clash. Mortarion arrives to tip the balance, the Pale King manifesting with Death Guard forces that spread corruption through proximity alone, his scythe silence cutting through reality to threaten Guilliman's soul rather than merely his body. The Primarch finds himself fighting defensive battle against two opponents simultaneously. His tactical genius taxed to limits maintaining coherent defense while engaging enemies who have 10,000 years of experience and corruption's supernatural power enhancing their capabilities beyond mortal limitation. But Guilliman does not fight alone. Calgar leads the Ultramarines in counter-offensive that exploits Black Legion redeployment to address Primarch's arrival, his strike cutting through enemies attempting to surround Guilliman's position. Primaris Marines demonstrate their value in high-intensity combat, their enhanced capabilities allowing them to hold ground against opponents who would overwhelm regular Astartes through sheer pressure. Guard regiments sacrifice themselves in delaying actions that buy time for Space Marines to reposition, their courage under impossible circumstances demonstrating that regular humans can be heroes when leadership is worth following. The tide turns not through any single decisive moment, but through accumulation of small victories that aggregate into strategic shift. The Black Legion begins withdrawing when casualty rates exceed sustainable levels, their discipline preventing collapse, but acknowledging that continued assault will achieve nothing except unnecessary losses. Mortarion retreats when Guilliman's focus allows him to inflict injury that threatens permanent damage. The demon Primarch's hatred not extending to accepting actual death for pride's sake. Abaddon himself withdraws last, his final transmission promising return at time of his choosing. The threat carrying weight of 10,000 years of patient warfare that has never accepted defeat as final. Vigilus holds. The Nachman gauntlet remains open. The route to Imperium Nihilus preserved through battle that cost hundreds of thousands of lives but achieved objective that matters strategically. Guilliman watches the enemy withdraw with satisfaction that transcends simple victory, understanding that holding this world means maintaining connection to millions of worlds beyond the rift, means preventing complete fragmentation of the Imperium into isolated regions that would fall piecemeal to enemies who can afford to be patient. The cost was high, the victory incomplete, the strategic situation still precarious. But Vigilus stands, and standing was victory enough. The aftermath brings administrative challenges that eclipse the military campaign's difficulty. Vigilus's population has suffered under siege conditions that revealed every failure of imperial governance, their loyalty to institutions that abandoned them tested to breaking point and in many cases broken completely. Guilliman faces the task of rebuilding not just physical infrastructure but social trust, of demonstrating that the Imperium can be something other than grinding oppression, that governance can serve populations rather than merely extract resources from them. He removes the planetary governor and installs military administration that reports directly to his office, bypassing normal administratum channels that would reintroduce corruption through bureaucratic process. He establishes councils where civilian representatives can raise grievances and expect actual responses, creating structures that acknowledge populations have rights beyond merely obeying orders and paying taxes. He ensures that reconstruction resources reach people who need them, rather than being diverted into officials' private accounts, personally reviewing expenditure reports with attention to detail that makes would-be thieves understand that stealing will be detected and punished severely. The reforms generate predictable resistance from imperial officials who preferred the previous system's comfortable corruption. They protest through proper channels and improper ones, filing complaints with administratum and inquisition, spreading rumors that Guilliman's methods undermine imperial authority and will lead to chaos if adopted elsewhere. Some of this resistance is genuine concern about precedents being established that could undermine legitimate governance structures. Most is self-interested protection of positions that depend on dysfunctional systems continuing unchallenged. Guilliman treats both types of opposition with same response. Implementation continues regardless of complaints. Results will demonstrate whether reforms work better than alternatives. Officials who actively obstruct will be removed through whatever means necessary. The victory at Vigilus demonstrates both what the Indomitus Crusade can achieve and the limitations constraining even Primarch commanding the Imperium's military forces. Territory can be reclaimed through sufficient force and competent leadership. Governance can be reformed in specific locations where direct oversight prevents corruption from reasserting itself. But the broader Imperium remains fundamentally unchanged, its institutions continuing their grinding dysfunction across a million worlds where Guilliman's attention cannot reach. The work is endless, the problems systemic, the solutions requiring changes that threaten powerful interests who will resist with everything they possess. And yet Vigilus stands. The Nachmund gauntlet remains open. Populations who expected abandonment received protection instead. Soldiers who fought, believing they fought alone, discovered their Primarch came to their aid. Small victories in war that may ultimately be lost, but victories nonetheless. Proof that perhaps something can be salvaged from the comprehensive failure, that perhaps effort is worthwhile, despite the grinding certainty that perfection is impossible and adequacy must suffice. Roboute Guilliman looks upon his latest victory with satisfaction tempered by understanding of how much remains undone, how vast the problems are compared to solutions currently available, how close the Imperium stands to total collapse despite every desperate effort to hold back the darkness. But he is Primarch, and Primarchs do not surrender while strength remains. So the work continues, one world at a time, one battle at a time, one small repair to systems so broken that repair itself seems futile, until there is nothing left to repair, or until the galaxy itself ends, whichever comes first. The strategium aboard the Macragge's Honor hums with activity that never truly stops. Shifts rotating, but work continuing 26 hours per standard day. Information flowing through channels both conventional and psychic. The Indomitus Crusade's coordination, requiring attention to detail that would overwhelm any consciousness less enhanced than a Primarch's. Guilliman stands before hololithic displays showing the galaxy as it currently exists, the Great Rift dominating the view like wound across reality itself. Millions of worlds marked with icons indicating their status, ranging from secure to contested to lost to unknown. The unknown category has grown alarmingly large since the rift's opening. Entire sectors simply disappearing from contact, their astropathic choirs going silent either because they have been destroyed or because warp turbulence makes communication impossible. The Imperium Nihilus represents strategic nightmare without any conventional solution. Its worlds cut off from the Astronomican's light, its populations isolated from central authority, its defenders fighting alone against horrors that would challenge forces with full Imperial support. Guilliman studies these regions with frustration, born of understanding that military power has limits, that even commanding the Imperium's full resources would prove insufficient to address problems this comprehensive. Reports arrive in constant stream, each one requiring decisions that impact millions of lives, strategic choices that trade lives in one region to preserve positions elsewhere, allocation of resources that never suffice, regardless of how carefully distributed. Fleet Quintus requests additional Space Marine support for operations in the Segmentum Pacificus, their current assault stalling against Chaos forces that have proven more resilient than intelligence predicted. Fleet Sextus warns that Tyranid Hive Fleet incursion threatens multiple Forge worlds in Segmentum Ultima, their request for immediate reinforcement carrying urgency that admits no delay without accepting catastrophic losses. The Eastern Fringe continues generating reports about TOE expansion. The Xenos Empire claiming worlds faster than Imperial forces can respond to reconquer them. Their greater good offering what populations see as preferable alternative to Imperium's grinding oppression. Guilliman faces complicated calculations about whether these worlds should be immediately reclaimed through force that will devastate them, or whether TOE occupation should be accepted temporarily as least worst option when other threats demand priority. The decision weighs on him regardless of which choice he makes. Recognition that either option involves abandoning people to fates that betray promises about Imperial protection. Administrative reports pile up alongside military ones, documentation about governance failures that have occurred during the Crusade's prosecution, cases where his reforms have been implemented and then quietly abandoned once direct oversight ended, planetary governors reinstating corrupt practices the moment oversight ships depart, administratum officials finding creative workarounds to regulations designed to prevent the exact behaviors they continue practicing, inquisitors interpreting their authority to override any restriction Guilliman attempts to impose on their operations. The institutional resistance to reform manifests through thousand cuts, rather than open rebellion, death by bureaucracy, rather than defiance, compliance without commitment that achieves form, but not substance, of required changes. Chief Librarian Tigurius enters the strategium with news that makes Guilliman's already difficult day considerably worse. The chief librarian has been experiencing visions with increasing frequency, psychic phenomena that suggest the Emperor himself is attempting to communicate despite the Golden Throne's constraints on his ability to interact directly with reality. The messages remain frustratingly unclear, images and emotions rather than coherent instruction, fragments that suggest urgent warnings without specifying what is being warned against or what responses would be appropriate. Tigurius reports visions of lions and wolves, of Primarchs returning from death, or wherever they have been hidden during 10,000 years of absence. The imagery suggests that Guilliman will not remain alone among his father's sons, that others will return or emerge or be found through means Tigurius cannot clearly perceive. But whether these returns will help or complicate situations that are already barely manageable remains unclear. The visions carrying ambiguous emotional content that could be interpreted as either hope or warning, depending on which elements are emphasized. Guilliman receives these reports with complicated feelings, part hope that perhaps he will have allies in the work of salvaging the Imperium, part concern that his brothers, if they return, will be as changed by 10,000 years as he has been changed by discovering what the Imperium became during his absence. Leman Russ disappeared during Mysterious Crusade into the Eye of Terra. Jagatai Khan vanished while hunting Dark Eldar into the Webway. Vulcan has resurrected repeatedly, only to disappear again in pursuit of artifacts or objectives known only to himself. Corvus Corax retreated into the warp to hunt traitor Primarchs on their home ground. The Lion remains missing, his fate unknown since the Horus Heresy's conclusion, and Sanguinius is dead, his sacrifice at the siege of Terra beyond any resurrection's reach. If any of them return, they will find an Imperium even more different from what Guilliman remembers than his own awakening revealed. They will face the same crushing weight of disappointment and responsibility, the same desperate need to fix what cannot be fixed through any conventional means, the same terrible understanding that they helped create systems that betrayed every principle they fought for. He is not certain he wishes this burden on his brothers. He is not confident that additional Primarchs will improve situations or merely add complications to strategic landscape already complex beyond any mortal's ability to fully comprehend. The work continues regardless of visions or warnings or uncertainty about future developments that remain purely speculative. Guilliman reviews tactical reports with attention to detail that allows him to spot inconsistencies suggesting either incompetence or intentional misrepresentation, asks pointed questions about casualty figures that seem too low given the operations being described, redirects resources from offensives that have stalled into grinding attrition toward opportunities that show promise of achieving decisive results. His tactical genius, that quality that made him legendary during the Great Crusade, demonstrates its continued relevance through ability to extract maximum effectiveness from forces that would be insufficient if deployed less skillfully. But strategy and tactics address only the military dimension of problems that have political, social, economic, and theological components requiring very different approaches. The ecclesiarchy continues preaching against his reforms, their sermons increasingly strident in suggesting that Primarch who cooperates with the Xenos and questions established religious practices perhaps should not be trusted with unlimited authority. The Inquisition remains divided about whether he represents salvation or threat. their internal debates sometimes spilling into actual conflict between factions that interpret their mandates differently. The Adeptus Mechanicus watches nervously as Belisarius' call gains prominence through association with Guilliman. Other tech priests, recognizing that Call's heresies have been legitimized through Primarch's patronage in ways that threaten orthodox Mechanicus doctrines about what constitutes acceptable innovation. Guilliman has become lightning rod for all the Imperium's internal tensions, his presence forcing conflicts that might otherwise remain latent into open confrontation. Those who want reform rally to him as symbol of possibility, that perhaps things could be different, that perhaps the Imperium's descent into barbarism and dysfunction can be arrested or even reversed. Those who prefer current arrangements despite their flaws see him as threat to stability, as dangerous revolutionary who will destroy systems that have sustained the Imperium for 10,000 years in misguided attempts to restore vision that was never realistic in the first place. Both sides are partially correct, neither fully understanding that reform and stability are not necessarily opposed, that changes can strengthen rather than weaken if implemented carefully with attention to what should be preserved alongside what must be discarded. The loneliness of command weighs more heavily than any tactical burden. The understanding that despite being surrounded by advisors and subordinates and allies, the ultimate responsibility rests solely with him, his decisions determining outcomes that affect trillions, while no one shares the weight of making choices that have no good options. He can consult with chapter masters and planetary governors and inquisitors and tech priests and any number of specialists whose expertise exceeds his own in their particular domains. But the final decision remains his, the responsibility undelegatable, the consequences his to bear, regardless of whether he acted with all available information or had to choose while ignorant of factors that might have changed his judgment. He thinks sometimes about his sons, those millions of Ultramarines who wear his colors and carry his gene seed, who look to him for guidance that he is not certain he can provide adequately. They see him as figure from legend, semi-divine being whose return represents the Emperor's blessing on their efforts, whose presence guarantees victory, and whose wisdom resolves any confusion about proper course of action. They do not see what he sees when he looks in reflective surfaces, do not recognize the doubt and exhaustion and crushing weight of responsibility that makes even Primarch's shoulders ache. They need him to be strong, to be certain, to provide the leadership that justifies their faith. And so he is those things, or at least appears to be those things, because commanders do not have luxury of showing weakness, regardless of what they feel privately. The Emperor's communication during that terrible audience in the Sanctum Imperialis returns to Guilliman's thoughts during quiet moments, those rare intervals when immediate demands recede enough to allow reflection. What he experienced was not conversation or even coherent message, but something closer to psychic impression, raw data about disappointment and necessity and love transformed into alien thing through 10,000 years of torment. His father is not the being Guilliman remembers, perhaps never was, that being except in Primarch's imperfect understanding based on incomplete information. The master of mankind has become something vast and terrible and barely comprehensible, God in all ways that matter, even if he would have rejected that characterization before being entombed on the golden throne. This transformation represents failure, more profound than any military defeat, betrayal more complete than Horus's treachery. The Emperor built the Imperium specifically to free humanity from worship, to elevate reason above superstition, to create civilization based on understanding rather than faith. That he has become object of worship, that his transformation into godlike entity proves the imperial cult correct in their core assertion, even while they remain wrong about everything else. This represents inversion of every principle the Great Crusade fought for, and Guilliman can do nothing about it, cannot undo 10,000 years of institutional evolution, cannot convince populations to abandon faith that provides their only comfort in galaxy that offers nothing except endless war. The weight settles deeper, pressing down with mass that should crush even Primarch's shoulders, but somehow does not, cannot, must not. Because if he breaks under this burden, then there is no one else to carry it. No alternative leadership that will care about the human suffering under systems designed to extract maximum service for minimum return. He is Lord Commander of the Imperium, appointed by custodians acting as the Emperor's voice, granted authority exceeded only by the master of mankind himself. This position was not something he sought, not reward or honor or anything except responsibility, wrapped in obligation to do what must be done, because someone must, and that someone is him. The galaxy burns, the Imperium fails, and Roboute Guilliman continues working through lists that never shorten, addressing problems that never end, making decisions that affect millions, while understanding that his best efforts will never be sufficient. That success means merely slowing the decline rather than preventing it. That victory is measured in years gained against the inevitable, rather than in actual solutions to problems that may be fundamentally unsolvable. This is what he has returned to. This is what the Imperium has become. This is the price of awakening from 10,000 years of frozen half-death. The burden is crushing. The work is endless. The odds are overwhelming. And yet he continues, because Primarchs do not quit, because the alternative is surrender, because somewhere in the grinding horror perhaps something worth preserving still exists if he looks hard enough, fights long enough, cares enough, despite the crushing certainty that caring changes nothing except making the burden heavier to bear. 200 years have passed since the Emperor walked among his Primarchs, since Roboute Guilliman last spoke with his father as son to father rather than subject to God, since the Great Crusade represented hope rather than failed experiment in human unification. Those centuries transform from experience into memory, into legend, each generation's retelling losing nuance while adding embellishment, the truth becoming less important than the story's usefulness for contemporary purposes. Guilliman has lived through this process once already, watched during the years after the heresy, as accounts of what actually happened were replaced by versions that served institutional agendas better than accuracy. Now he lives through it again, this time as subject rather than observer, his own return already being transformed into miracle rather than desperate intervention by allies using technologies and sorceries that would make most of the Imperium uncomfortable if details were widely known. The official accounts describe the Emperor reaching out from the Golden Throne to resurrect his son. Divine miracle, demonstrating the God Emperor's continued care for humanity. The involvement of Eldar witchcraft and Call's heretical technology gets omitted from these sanitized versions, replaced by prayers and faith and divine intervention that serve ecclesiarchy's narrative purposes better than messy reality involving Xenos, cooperation, and tech heresy. Guilliman does not correct these misrepresentations, understanding that truth often serves poorly compared to useful fiction, that populations need hope regardless of whether that hope is based on accurate understanding of events. The imperial cult will preach about his resurrection as proof of the God Emperor's power. The Mechanicus will whisper about Karl's technical achievement, while officially denying that improvement upon the Emperor's designs occurred. The Inquisition will investigate everyone involved, while recognizing that actually prosecuting anyone for heresy would destabilize the Imperium more than any supposed corruption. And Guilliman will continue his work, neither confirming nor denying accounts that range from accurate to fantastical, allowing the mystery to serve purposes that clear answers could not. The Indomitus Crusade continues spreading across the Imperium Sanctus, numbered fleets deploying to regions that have burned since the Great Rift's opening, their arrival bringing reinforcement that transforms losing battles into contests where victory becomes possible. Primaris Marines integrate into existing chapters with varying degrees of success, some embracing their enhanced brothers enthusiastically, while others grudgingly accept a reinforcement they consider necessary despite reservations about what it represents. The military campaigns achieve tactical victories that accumulate towards strategic progress, territories reclaimed, creating buffer zones that allow populations to rebuild without immediate enemy pressure. But the underlying problems remain fundamentally unaddressed. The Imperium's institutional dysfunction, continuing despite Guilliman's reforms, his attempts to restructure governance meeting resistance from entrenched interests who recognize that changes threaten their comfortable positions. He cannot be everywhere simultaneously, cannot personally oversee every planet's administration, cannot prevent corruption from reasserting itself in locations where his direct attention does not reach. The reforms require sustained commitment from local administrators who believe in governance as service rather than opportunity for extraction. And such administrators are rare in Imperium that has spent 10,000 years teaching that might makes right and mercy is weakness. The theological conflict continues simmering. Guilliman's presence representing challenge to imperial cults, certainties about what the emperor wants and how he should be worshipped. The ecclesiarchy cannot openly oppose Lord Commander appointed by the custodians, acting as emperor's voice, cannot explicitly reject Primarch whose gene seed flows in hundreds of thousands of Space Marines whose support they desperately need. But they can preach carefully crafted sermons, suggesting that perhaps his secular vision represents misunderstanding of the Emperor's divine nature, that perhaps 10,000 years of worship have revealed truths that even Primarchs might miss, that perhaps faith matters more than rationality in a galaxy where demons are real and chaos seeks humanity's destruction through tempting mortals with promise of power without constraint. Guilliman recognizes these arguments as both sincerely held beliefs and strategic positioning. Some preachers genuinely convinced that worship is necessary, while others cynically using theology to defend institutional power. He addresses the theological challenge not through direct confrontation, but through demonstrating that secular governance can be effective, that populations can be protected without requiring them to embrace religious doctrines, that service does not require worship when duty and competence suffice. The demonstration remains incomplete, his reforms touching only fraction of the Imperium's worlds, but the examples he establishes create precedents that others might follow if given opportunity and support. The weight of command has not lightened, despite victories accumulated and territories reclaimed. If anything, it has increased as the scope of problems becomes clearer through direct observation rather than historical reports. Every world he visits reveals new horrors, populations suffering under conditions that violate every principle of human dignity, systems designed to extract maximum resources while providing minimum return, corruption so normalized that those practicing it genuinely believe they have committed no wrong. The Imperium has rotted from within while maintaining a facade of strength, its institutions functioning through momentum and necessity rather than through genuine effectiveness, its survival dependent more on enemies' limitations than on any inherent strength. He thinks sometimes about his father, about what the Emperor would say if he could speak freely rather than communicating through fragmentary visions and psychic impressions that admit multiple interpretations. Would he approve of Guilliman's pragmatic compromises, accepting cooperation with Xenos when necessity demands? Or would he condemn such flexibility as abandonment of principles worth dying for? Would he endorse the reforms attempting to resurrect secular governance? Or would he recognize that the imperial cult, despite being everything he explicitly rejected, now provides the only unifying force capable of holding the Imperium together? The questions have no certain answers, perhaps never had certain answers, even when the Emperor walked among his sons, rather than sitting entombed on the Golden Throne. The visions, reported by Chief Librarian Tigurius, continue suggesting that other Primarchs may return, that Guilliman will not remain alone among his father's sons, that reinforcement or complication, or both, will arrive through mechanisms currently unclear. He is not certain whether to hope for these returns or dread them, understanding that his brothers, if they return, will face the same crushing disappointment he experienced, will carry burdens similar to what he carries, will discover that the Imperium they helped build has become nightmare that betrays everything they fought for. Perhaps shared burden would be easier to bear than sole responsibility. Perhaps additional Primarchs would merely create additional friction as they pursue different visions of what salvation means. The future remains uncertain, as it always has been, the only constant being that circumstances will likely worsen before they improve, if they improve at all. The work continues because it must, because the alternative is surrender, because populations across 1 million worlds deserve better than abandonment, regardless of whether better proves achievable. Guilliman has not returned to save the Imperium. That task is beyond any mortal's capability, perhaps beyond even a Primarch's enhanced nature. He has returned to slow its decline, to salvage what can be salvaged, to demonstrate that perhaps effort matters, even when success remains impossible, that perhaps caring about the individual humans who suffer and die in service to systems they cannot control or understand represents virtue in itself, regardless of whether caring produces measurable results. This is what being the Avenging Son means in age after the Emperor's dream has failed, after the Great Crusade's promise has been betrayed by institutional evolution, after 10,000 years of grinding warfare have worn away everything except determination to continue fighting, because stopping means extinction. It means bearing weight that should be unbearable, attempting tasks that should be impossible, caring about people who will never know his name, while being worshipped by millions who have never seen him, making decisions that affect trillions, while understanding that his best efforts will never suffice to address problems this comprehensive. The galaxy burns. The Imperium fails. Roboute Guilliman stands upon the deck of the Macrage's Honor, watching tactical displays that show a million worlds fighting for survival, making calculations about how to distribute insufficient resources across impossible needs, carrying weight that grows heavier with each report of new disasters and persistent failures. He is Primarch. He is Lord Commander. He is the Avenging Son returned from death to discover that everything he fought for has rotted into its opposite. And he continues working despite everything, because Primarchs do not surrender while strength remains, because someone must care about the humans suffering under systems designed to serve the system rather than the people, because perhaps, somewhere in the grinding horror something worth preserving still exists if he looks hard enough, fights long enough, refuses to accept defeat as inevitable, even when defeat seems like the only realistic outcome. The burden is crushing. The work is endless. The odds are overwhelming. And yet he continues, because this is what he was created for, because the alternative is allowing humanity to slide into darkness without resistance, because the galaxy offers only war, but within that war perhaps meaning can be found through dedication to ideals that everyone else has abandoned as impractical. He is Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, Lord Commander of the Imperium, the Avenging Son who has returned to discover that vengeance means nothing when the enemy is institutional dysfunction and the battlefield is bureaucracy rather than combat. And still he fights, because fighting is what he knows, because giving up means betraying everyone who suffers under the system, because somewhere beneath the corruption and dysfunction and grinding horror, the dream his father once held still flickers like candle in darkness, fragile and threatened, but not yet extinguished, until that dream dies completely, until the last human who remembers that life could be better than endless suffering falls silent, until the galaxy itself ends in fire or ice or something worse. Roboute Guilliman will continue bearing his burden, doing his duty, attempting the impossible, not because success is likely, but because the attempt itself matters more than any outcome, because caring is virtue regardless of whether caring changes anything except making the weight heavier to bear. The galaxy waits, the Imperium burns, and the Avenging Son stands at his post, unbowed beneath weight that would crush lesser beings, determined to save what can be saved even if salvation proves impossible, dedicated to principles everyone else abandoned as impractical, refusing to surrender while breath remains and strength persists and hope, however fragile, however foolish, continues flickering in darkness that threatens to swallow everything humanity has built across 10,000 years of desperate survival.